Captain Canada takes to the sky, clouds rolling by like cotton candy high. He lights up, his pipe stretching tight, floating free, gotta ease his mind. Wings spread wide through the blue, flying high, nothing else to do. In the cockpit, it's just him and the breeze. Captain Canada feeling at ease, stretching time in the open air, flying high without a care. Captain Canada soaring free, smoking sky, all he needs. Turbulence can't shake his vibe, every puff makes him feel alive. He's the captain you can't confide, loving life and stretching time. Sunset glow as he climbs higher, heart beats to his own choir. With a grin, he takes another puff, but Captain seen no skies too tough. Stretching time in the open air, flying high without a care. Captain Canada soaring free, smoking sky, all he needs. Stretching time in the open air, flying high without a care. Captain Canada soaring free, smoking sky, all he needs. Stretching time in the open air, flying high without a care. Captain Canada soaring free, smoking sky, all he needs.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back, my friends. What an interesting morning to wake up to. Ah, boy oh boy oh boy. Aerosoft. Man, it's too easy. I'm not even gonna bother, man. It's just so laughable on so many levels. It's just... I reiterate this back to months ago when I showed the staff and everybody who's working at Aerosoft, and unfortunately Aerosoft is stuck in, I would say, the early 2000s. That's the best, probably, way that I can put it, is Aerosoft believes that there is no competition in this market anymore. Somehow they have made, like, Latin VFR airplanes look acceptable, which is just fucking mind-blowing when you think about the backing and the amount of support that this project has had for Aerosoft, with the German government basically handing over €500,000. You know, there was a slight amount of hope that when they got the funding from the German government, that they would actually hire some competent developers and they would actually push through and deliver us a product that might be worth flying. My goodness, man. What an absolute shit show over at Aerosoft. And listen, again, I don't like to throw devs under the bus, but I really, really hope people lose their job or move away from Aerosoft and they can somehow redeem themselves in the future. I don't think it's going to happen, but... heads need to roll for this one, friends. That's all I'm going to say. It just doesn't... It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense how it's 3 years of development.
JJ Stevens donated $5 Canadian. What do EyeDoc, Latin VFR and Aerosoft have in common? An Airbus shit show.
True. Yes. Very true. I watched a couple videos this morning, yeah, I mean, if you want a really good video, just go and check out the EasyJet Sim Pilot. Great content creator over on YouTube, and I think he streams on Twitch as well. I watched his video this morning while I was laying in bed with Daisy, and it was, I was just laughing the entire time. Like, I was just like, this is just beyond unacceptable. Like, there's unacceptable, and then there's Aerosoft. And I do hope that there has to be some type of repercussion for this. Somebody needs to go at Aerosoft. They need a new direction. They need new people running the company. It's laughable, man. Laughable that 3+ years of development, delays, more delays, and this is the product that we get out of it. It's truly mind-boggling. Now, I'm not a developer, and by no stretch of the imagination do I think I could do any better than that. But I would most certainly hope that any development group that's out there, and again, with a reputable name, it's not like this is some new company that just kind of pieced this together. This is Aerosoft, man. I mean, you're going 20, 25 plus years in the industry. What can you say, man? What can you say? Morph, good to see you, man. Diabetic Lad, good to see you. RJ, good to see you. Yuckfu, good to see you, man. Rydog, welcome back. Max Medcraft, good to see you. Aiden, good to see you. Jordan, good to see you. Aaron, good to see you. Lightspeed, welcome. Skyworker, good to see you, man. JJ, thank you for that $5 donation. Welcome aboard, my friend. Appreciate you, dude. Critique, good to see you. James, welcome back. Your Sim CFI, good to see you, man. So what you're telling is you bought the 330. No. I honestly, man, after watching some of the reviews and some of the stuff from XP and Blue and credit to XP and Blue. I think they really did their best, especially Blue. I think Blue really tried to like do his best in showcasing the best lights of Aerosoft. The texturing, the modeling, mediocre at best. The cockpit, mediocre at best. The tablet looks somewhat decent. It looks like they spent all of their money and efforts getting that tablet to work and do what it does. The sounds were okay. They were decent as well. But I mean, just what a shit show, dude. What an absolute shit show. I would hate to be involved in the Aerosoft realm right now. I'd hate to be a developer and have my name attached to that. And just terrible, man. Just terrible. Cody, thank you for 19 months. We waited so long for the 330 from Aerosoft, and all we got was a flying shit show. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I really hope people don't buy this, and I really hope that it sends a message through Aerosoft. That's really the only way it's going to send a message, right, to be honest with you. As I always say, you speak with your wallet, right? You speak with your wallet. When developers constantly let us down and string us along, this is, yeah, like... Let's not forget, this airplane was supposed to release over a year ago, and this is the product that they put forward. You know, like, they could have saved themselves. Everybody was pissed off. Everybody was upset that they basically said, like, a year delay. So that's where I was holding on to, like, a sliver of hope. I was like, okay, they realize that there's other quality products like PMDG, Phoenix, AnyBuilds, now iFly on the market. There's some quality third-party aircraft out there, and they really need to step up their game. And they basically just said... Nope, we can't. I mean, that's what it is. At the end of the day, it's just I don't think they're capable of producing quality add-ons. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty crazy. Major Mark, 39 months as Aerosoft, the new Captain Sim, dare I say. I don't know, man. I mean, it's got to be right up there, right? Nabil, 40 months says, yeah, I think the creators tried their best to hide their true feelings, but Aerosoft did not leave them much choice. Anyways, hello there, you sexy man. Nabil, huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate you, man. Incredibly kind. Captain Carolina dropping the $2 donation. Thank you very much, man. Says, hey, Cap, do you have Iceland livery yet? No. They did update some liveries, though, so we have a bunch more liveries, actually. We got some WestJet, we got some Swoop. We're actually going to be going live again this evening, so this is going to be one stream. We're going to do Ontario to San Francisco up to Vancouver, and then this evening, after a couple-hour break, we'll go live again, and we'll do some real-world WestJet ops this evening. So we'll do some WestJet. There's still no Southwest. I think they added, what did they add? They added Swoop, they added WestJet, they added another United, they added Norwegian, and I think that's about it. But yeah, TUI Jet, there is still a bunch of TUI Jets. Yeah, there was a bunch of them. So yeah, it's a slap in the face for the buying community. I mean, you nailed it, Dougal. At the end of the day, man, like I said, I don't know how and I truly mean this, and I don't mean this in like as a content, I just don't know how you can look around the industry right now with some of the quality add-ons that have come out over the last 2-3 years, and I don't know how you could sit there at Aerosoft and check off on this product. That's what truly baffles me, is somebody had to sign off on this. Somebody had to say, okay, this product is ready. Let's go ahead and sell it. Let's give it to the masses. Somebody approved this, and that's where I think everything just has gone array at Aerosoft. It's there's no quality control. Like I said, man, to me it feels like they're stuck in the early 2000s. They're stuck in the days where there's no other third-party developer. It's basically Aerosoft, PMDG, and a couple handfuls of like small teams and stuff like that. It just doesn't make sense in today's day and age, 2024, to be developing and pushing out products like that. It just doesn't. And especially with the marketplace flooded with aircraft basically just like the Aerosoft 330, the Latin VFR, the Breedocs, the Captain Sims. That's all grouped together now. I'm sorry that, you know, if you're an Aerosoft fan, please don't take this to heart, but that is what it is. Aerosoft is grouped into that grouping now, in my opinion. They're just as bad as Latin VFR. They are just as bad as Breedoc. They are just as bad as Captain Sim. They're right there with it. That is their new title. And like I said, man, I feel bad for the developers that worked hard and really wanted to put out a quality product. But I think at the end of the day, I think some heavy changes need to be made at Aerosoft if they plan on staying in the industry. If they don't, then you know what, man, maybe they just stick to doing sceneries and that's it. And even that, you know, can we speak on that? Aerosoft isn't even developing these sceneries, right? I just want to point that out. So like, really, what is Aerosoft doing? Other than being a platform and a staple, if you will, of the flight sim industry for the last like 2 decades, what is Aerosoft doing? All of their sceneries are done by third-party developers publishing under the Aerosoft name. This is a Aerosoft product. The CRJ hasn't been updated in almost 2 years. It's kind of abandonware at this point. They say they're working on an update. God knows what happens. And even that aircraft isn't even developed by Aerosoft. It's developed by a third-party developer named Hans Hartmann, who also develops aircraft for Microsoft. So what is Aerosoft doing? And this again kind of just circles back to how can you allow this to happen? How can you push out a product like this under these circumstances, under this state? It just makes no sense, man. It makes no sense. I think the price is, somebody was saying it's $70. No, I think it was like 32 pounds or something like that. I don't know what that comes out to. I think that's like close to like 40 or 50 Canadian dollars. But I believe you can get the whole package for like 36 pounds or something like that, which is I was looking at it earlier. I have the picture up here. Let me make sure I have the image here. Where is the image? I just wanted to show you the image that I have it here with the pricing. Here it is. All right, so here's the pricing. So the CEO base is 25 pounds, which is available now. If you want the Rolls-Royce and GE expansions, it's 5 pounds each. If you want the 3-engine bundle, it's 31 pounds. If you just want the Neo, it's 25 pounds, or you can get the complete bundle. I don't know what that means by complete bundle. Maybe 3-engine pack and the Neo for 37 pounds. Oh, man. Utterly laughable. So, friends, let's enjoy the day flying the iFly Max 8, who honestly has been a great surprise. I thoroughly enjoyed flying this aircraft yesterday, learning the ins and outs. I hope you guys did as well. So let's jump inside the aircraft. Let's get this bad boy programmed, ready to rock and roll. I'm sure we'll have lots more stuff to talk about when it comes to the Aerosoft 330. But anyways, I said, man, as I consider myself now, I don't do a lot of like reviews, and I'm not really like a review channel, and I don't get a lot of like access to certain planes. I work with certain developers, and you guys know this, and I've mentioned this plenty of times before. You have to meet a certain threshold. If I'm going to support your product and I'm going to fly your product, you have to meet a certain threshold. I'm not interested in, like I said, flying the Breedocs, the Latin VFRs, the Captain Sims. That just doesn't interest me. And I understand that there is some value to some flight simmers out there. Maybe you're not of the PMDG, Phoenix, you're not at that level of wanting to fly these airplanes and stuff like that. But again, Aerosoft has been, you know, praising this aircraft and telling us how great this aircraft is going to be, and making Aviation Lad videos and all these other things. And it's just, it's unacceptable in my opinion, to be honest with you, man. It really truly is. I think Dougal said it best, is it's a slap in the face to, I would say, about 90% of flight simmers. Maybe less, maybe 80% of flight simmers, I would say it's a slap in the face. The fact that we've waited and they've kind of teased it, and it's been this project that all of us have kind of somewhat been looking forward to. Yeah, it is pretty crazy, man. It's pretty wild that this is what Aerosoft had turned into. So, V Lee, thanks for support, man. Appreciate you, dude. Huge note floaty says Aerosoft A330. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I don't know if you'll see any other. The aircraft is available, right? Like it's available. I haven't seen anybody. I've seen some videos. I saw some people publish some videos about it, but I haven't seen anybody stream it. I haven't seen anybody. I mean, maybe on Twitch, there's probably some people doing it, but. It's absolutely bananas, man. Absolutely bananas that this is considered acceptable from Aerosoft in 2024. So much potential, so much behind the name Aerosoft and how long, again, they've been in the industry. This could have been a make or break product for them. And unfortunately, I think this is going to spell the end of Aerosoft, especially when it comes to aircraft development. I don't think Aerosoft as a whole, they have their foot in too many different places for this to spell the end for Aerosoft. But I truly believe that this will be the last aircraft I think that we get from Aerosoft. They may try and push out some other aircraft. I know that they had plans to do like the A330, the 20 series as well. Weren't they going to do like the Neo or the 321 Neo or the 330 Neo and stuff like that? I don't know, man. I just don't see it coming from them. They're not going to get enough support. The community's going to destroy them.
From Aerosoft on this fine day, lol:_CPT facepalm.
Facepalm indeed, TN. Thank you for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate you, dude. Dude, the cabin is, again, it's absolutely mind-blowing that this got a check off and this got a release date. Now, this is a product where I can say 100% they are only releasing it because of 2024 coming around the corner. We know that we're getting the AnyBuilds 330, which now, if anybody had any speculation or anybody had any thoughts that the Aerosoft would be better than the AnyBuilds 330, I now full on believe that is impossible. It is impossible that AnyBuilds will do a subpar product compared to what we just saw from Aerosoft. The fact that we're getting a free A330 from AnyBuilds in the new simulator, it's yeah, listen, man, I hope they sell less than 100 products, and I hope that this is a massive wake-up call for the team over at Aerosoft. And if it's not, well, then Godspeed, man, because nothing's going to help them at this point. You know what I mean? And yeah, I strongly suggest, as I always say, we speak as flight simmers and as community members, we speak with our wallets. That is the easiest and best way to send a message to these developers. Do not buy that product. Just don't, man. I know people are excited. I know people want a long-haul aircraft. They want options. We got a ton of narrow bodies. We got a ton of Airbuses. We got 737s. I get it. I really, truly do get it. But do not support this type of behavior from Aerosoft. This is the only way that they're going to learn. So it's kind of unfortunate. I think the writing is on the wall for Aerosoft. I mentioned it, I think, over a year ago when they got that German government grant, when they got the money from the German government. I was like, this could either be unbelievable because now they actually have the money and they have the resources to go and get some great developers, or this is just going to completely backfire and this is just going to make them be even lazier because technically they've already been paid for the product, right? That was my main concern, is they get $500,000 from the German government. They've already been paid for the product. They don't care now how it does, what it does, how many it sells. It doesn't matter. They've already been paid. So of course, it was the latter, and that's exactly what I figured would happen with Aerosoft. And hey, man, here we are now talking about it and laughing at it and kind of pulling jokes at it because it's just, again, man, unacceptable. That's the only word I can really, if I had to sum it up into one word, my thoughts on the Aerosoft A330, unacceptable. I think that's the perfect way of putting it. Just unacceptable from somebody that's been in the industry for so long. Completely unacceptable. GMC 5 gifted members. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate you. Huge no floaties, guys. Get some love and chat for GMC. Really do appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's acceptable for XP72. I watched his video this morning. Again, I think him and Blue were like trying to be a little bit too positive about it. But hey, man, it's yeah,
Nurse,
I don't know, man.
Aerosoft is online again. Time for their medication.
Oh, man. Huge no floaties to you, Lee. Thank you very, very much for support, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, both Blue and XP did their best to kind of show and highlight some of the features. I think some of the good things that were, you know, that were acceptable. But again, I think we all have to remember everybody has their differences of what they find acceptable and what they find not acceptable. As I mentioned, I think for most of us, I think that I think we can all agree that this is an unacceptable product. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a small percentage, or there's going to be a percentage of people out there that will find it acceptable and will have fun. If you're one of those people and you want to support Aerosoft and you want to support their endeavors, then by all means, man. But I really think as a community, we need to stand strong and we need to just wait it out. We've got just over 30 days now. I think it's close to about 40 days. And we're going to be having the default A330 from Any Builds. So what was the reason for the sudden release? Well, because we have the Any Builds A330 coming out, and Aerosoft and everybody in the flight sim community knows that the Any Builds A330 is just going to trample all over the Aerosoft 330. It's not even, it won't even be close, and I truly do mean that. Like, I don't think there is any one feature in the Aerosoft that's going to end up being better than the freeware aircraft in 2024. So hey, man, what are you going to do? Lee, thank you for the £5, man. I really do appreciate you. I do agree it is time for their medication. Delta Lima, 5 gifted members to the channel as well. Huge no floaties to you, my friend. Thank you very much for the support. Guys, if you just got a gifted membership from our good friend GMC or Delta Lima, please make sure you say thank you in chat. And let's get some huge no floaties for both of those fine gentlemen supporting the channel. Really do appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See Microsoft post channel in the Discord, new Aerosoft 330 auto takeoff. Oh boy, I don't even need to watch it, to be honest with you, man. And Latin VFR just released an A330-200. The timing, boy, it's pretty wild, man. All right, friends, let's do it. Let's jump inside the aircraft. Let's get this bad boy programmed, ready to rock and roll. We are back in the iFly 737-800 MAX, or the MAX 8, I guess it would be called. Thoroughly enjoying this aircraft so far. This is what I would have expected from like an Aerosoft line. You know what I mean? Maybe an aircraft with a few little tweaks and bugs and things that need to be fixed here, but other than that, it's you know, this aircraft has been a breath of fresh air, really. It's been very enjoyable. So flew it for the first time yesterday. I've got 3 flights under my belt. One of those flights was an auto land, and I think we can all agree the auto land of this aircraft was absolutely fantastic yesterday into LA. If you missed it, scroll back and check out the stream yesterday. We had to do an auto land. Pretty gnarly weather down in LA, so pretty wild. Jared, huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for supporting the streams.
Awesome weekend of flying.
It was. Had a lot of fun flying this weekend, man. It was a lot of fun to jump back in the Airbus, doing some 319, some 320 ops, then to get the MAX. Now we're in the MAX. Last week we were in the 777. Man, it's kind of crazy how many airplanes we have coming out and how many choices we have now. You know what I mean? Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. EasyJet Sim Pilot Summary. I can't find anything good to say about this aircraft.
They received 459.000 of German taxpayer money.
Yeah.
The citizens of Germany are counting their pennies right now to pay their rent.
Yeah.
Aerosoft has zero morals.
I would agree with you on that one, Captain Baku. Thank you for your support, man. Your first super chat here on the channel. Couldn't have said it better myself. If I was a German taxpayer, I would 100%, I would be going down every avenue that I could possibly go down to try and sort this out and figure this out and see why this is the way that it is right now, because I agree, man. Like I said, one word. If I'm summarizing everything in one word, unacceptable. That's really all it is. You know what I mean? Mario,
Yeah, major disappointment from Aerosoft.
Yes.
Feels like they just wanted to get it off their hands before F's 2024 release.
100%. It's bad right now at Aerosoft, but imagine how much worse it would have been if they actually waited like they said they were going to wait until 2024 comes out, because then people would have actually they would see the two choices right in front of them, right? Right now, people don't have access to the INI builds, so they're like, well, okay, you know, but imagine having both aircraft side by side.
Aerosoft cannot pet that dog.
Grant, drop on the 5 bones. Thanks so much, man. Aerosoft cannot pet that dog. Correct. They are not allowed at all. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Dazza, drop on the 5 pounds as well.
Just dropping some love, CPT. Hope all well.
Thank you, Daz. I hope you're doing well as well, man. Thank you for coming to hang out, dude. Appreciate you. Incredibly kind. All right, first things first. Battery switch goes on. Emergency exits are armed. Get the ground power turned on as well. That'll bring life to the aircraft. Lightning Monkey with the $2 says, what's up, Cap? Hopping on the stream while on work. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support. Really do appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Cap, speaking of dogs, how's Daisy getting along? Praying for her to get better. Let's not talk about that right now. Just I'm going through some stuff with that whole thing right now. Let's just try and keep a positive vibe. I don't want to get all upset and get all emotional on stream. It's not going very good. We're just going to leave it at that. And yeah, we're just not going to talk about that. I don't want to get all emotional and start crying like a little girl here on stream. So we'll just, it's not going very good. I still have my fingers crossed, but it's not getting any better. It should be getting better, and it's not. And yeah, we'll just leave it at that, man. Travis dropping the $20 donation. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate you, man.
I can't even watch anymore. Seriously, Cap. How could you say these things about the incredible Aerosoft A330?
I hear you, man. I hear you, dude. How dare I? Huge no floaties to you, Travis. Thank you for support, my man. I appreciate you. Incredibly kind, dude. Huge no floaties, my man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really do appreciate you. We got to bump you up here to 90 on the month. Travis, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. All right. Overhead is pretty much done. Adirs are aligning. We've got the IFE and the cab utilities on. Yacht Emperor is going to stay off. We got the forward fuel pump on. We might as well just spool up the APU right now, get things kind of rocking and rolling. We're on ground power. We're on bat bus. That's all good. That's all good. Emergency exits are armed. Good. We're going to get the window heat to the on position up here as well. Everything else looks good to me. Get the logo light on. Good, and then we'll get the position lights to steady. Beautiful, cool. Everything looks good up there. Let's come down here to the electronic flight bag. So CST was saying that he got this working, so I'm just going to confirm. We're going to set this done. Okay, back. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try and see if it'll work, but so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the main menu. We're going to go to the performance tab. Let's go to our weight and balance. Beautiful. Let's start plugging in some numbers. So passenger count today, we have a total of 163 passengers. We'll plug that in. We're going to go to the cargo tab. We've got 4,066 pounds of cargo. So we're going to put 3,000 in the aft cargo, and then we're going to put 1,066 in the forward cargo. Beautiful. We're going to set payload of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Done. We're going to go to the fuel page. Fuel for today's flight, 5,110 kilos of fuel. So we'll plug that in, 5110. We'll set payload. I'm going to set this again. Beautiful. We'll complete that tab. Wonderful. There's our takeoff weight, 68.6. That works out here. I'm showing that our takeoff weight should have been, I mean, we're close. It's supposed to be 67.7, so I'm close enough to what it should be. Anyways, airport search. We're on the ground here in Ontario, KONT. We'll search the iCow. Beautiful. We'll grab that one. We're going to be departing on runway 26 right. So we'll pin that one and grab that. We're going to go to conditions.
Angry Beaver
dry.
donated $3
Beaver.
You would think I have rabies, because I am that upset. My poor Delta Ops takes another hit with a subpar Aerosoft. For how long this thing has taken, it's
Pretty
crazy
wild.
it's this bad.
Yep.
But we could have expected that after abandoning the CRJ.
Could have been. Yep. All signs pointed to that, that's for sure. Calm winds today, 000 at 00. Beautiful. Outside air temperature is 24 degrees, 299er3. Beaver, thank you very much for the continued support of the channel, my amigo. I appreciate you, dude. We're doing a no D rate today. We'll just do takeoff. We're going to go with flaps 5. AC will be on. Anti-ice will be off. And we'll go ahead and calculate our V-speeds and all that fun stuff. Beautiful. Got all those numbers in there. So let's go to the FMC tab. We're going to go to the pause in it. We're on the ground here in Ontario. We'll throw KONT. Beautiful. We'll go to the next page. We'll grab our left GPS. We'll scroll back. We'll set our IRS position. Beautiful. We'll go to the route tab. Now, here's where, see, I don't even have the flight plan request option. This isn't even, I don't even have the request option. So I don't think, for some reason, obviously this isn't even working. I don't know if CST is here, but I don't know if I did something wrong, but you saw me set my my ID. So hopefully they can get the SimBrief integration. That's really the only thing that I've had problems with this aircraft, is the SimBrief integration seems to be kind of wonky. Doesn't really work. At least I haven't got it to work. I know that some other developers have. Pardon me. I know some other content creators have got it to work. As you can see, it wasn't working for me yesterday, and it's definitely not working for me today. You think I cleared it? Oh, well, let's go ahead and double check that. Let's go to systems page, ACARS. Ah, well, I did. Well, okay, hold on then, chat. Hold on. Let's see how it goes. 25850. 25850. Set. Done. Back. Let's see if this works now. Performance. Good. Okay, flight plan request. Drum roll in chat, please. Drum roll. Drum roll. Drum roll. Invalid link, uplink. Okay, no problem. KONT over to San Francisco today. KSFO. Throw that up into there. Beautiful. Our flight number today is United 2002. Throw that into our flight numbers. Good. We'll activate and execute that. Wonderful. Now it will work. What do you mean now? Wait, do you have to put in your origin and destination and then get it to work? Okay, hold on. We'll try it. Flight plan request. We'll see. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Maybe you got to put in your origin and your destination for it to work. I don't think so, but we're going to find out together. Invalid route uplink. See? He's no worky. No worky. All right, let's go to departure page. We are planning the Sunshine 5 out of 26 right with the, I think we're doing the Corez transition, I believe. It is the Corez transition. Yes, correct. Beautiful. We will go ahead and execute that. Wonderful. Go to the route tab. Go to next page from Corez. We're going direct to Makers. M-A-K-R-S. Makers. From Makers, we're going direct to Surfer. Surfer. All right. And then from Surfer, we're jumping on the arrival. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the winds in San Francisco. Winds are calm. Beautiful. I mean, chat, I think those are going to change by the time we get there, but fingers crossed. Nice smooth winds. So let's go to the arrival page here. San Francisco, we are on the Surfer 4 arrival. We're going to plan for the ILS 28 left, and we'll take it via, what does it take? I think it's Eddy, right? Yeah, Eddy at 6,240 knots. So we will take it via Eddy. Good, and we'll execute that. Beautiful. Cool. Go to the legs page, scroll through, make sure we don't have any crazy discontinuities, which we don't. Beautiful. Let's go to our NITREF tab. Let's plug in some numbers here. 0 fuel weight, 63.7. That confirms with these numbers, so that's all good there. Fuel burn, we're just going to put 4 on the plan. We'll put 1 as the reserves. We'll just go with a solid cost index of like 25 today. Our cruise level is going to be 320, 32,000 feet. Our average wind component, or the cruise winds, will be 231 at 34 knots. Bug that up into there. ISA deviation today will be +9. We'll bug that up. Good. We'll execute all of that. Wonderful. Let's go to our N1 percentage here today, and then we've already done our performance takeoff calculator, so everything looks good there. So we know that we're doing a flaps 5. Trim will be set to 5.0. We're doing a cell temp of 48 degrees. So we'll come down here, cell temp 48 degrees. We'll leave that in the non-derate, and then we're doing a slight derate on the climb, it looks like. We'll go to takeoff page. Flaps will be 5 degrees. CG weight 23.7, which gives me a trim value of 5.0. And then we've got our V speeds 38, 40, and 50. 38, 40, and 50. Everything matches there. I'm happy with that. We'll plug in all of those numbers. Beautiful. Go to the overhead. APU generator is on and available. We'll flip that over. We'll get our APU gen on. We'll get the APU bleeds on. 32,000 feet is set and checked on our pressurization panel. Everything else looks good to go here, friends. So let's get the seatbelt signs on. Let's go ahead and get our anti-collision light on. Let's get the rest of the fuel pumps turned on. We're going to go down here to our tablet. We're going to go to menu. We're going to go to systems page. We're going to go to ground support. We're going to disconnect the external power. We're going to remove the chocks, and we're going to set all of those. Beautiful. Go back, and we'll go to our performance page. Beautiful. We'll leave that up. Great. Let's go to GSX. Let's prepare for pushback and departure. Beautiful. And we can set up our autopilot panel here. So if we look at the Sunshine 5 departure, top altitude is flight level 230. So let's bug up 230. We're going to need runway heading as well. Do things properly here. 230, thank you. Runway heading is 258. So we'll bug that up as well. Again, be good pilots today, chat. 258 on that. Beautiful. That is set. And then we have 150 on our V2 speed. So we will set 150 on that guy. Beautiful. Again, looking at the overhead, everything looks good upstairs. I'm happy with that. We do have to close some cargo doors because for some reason it doesn't do it automatically. Sim settings, doors, and next page, and close and close. Beautiful. And now we should go back, and all of the doors should be closed, my friends. If we go upstairs and have a look-see, all of the doors are closed. Looking good. Cool. Let's get ready to rock and roll, friends. Ja, thanks so much, man, for 24 months. Appreciate you, dude. Incredibly kind. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really do appreciate you, man. I got up and out of there. See you in San Fran. Sounds good, man. Sounds good, dude. Cassette, good to see you, dude. Welcome back. Yo, Cap, you show the engines you use for the aircraft. You got 3 different engine options. I'm using the, yeah, I think it's in the systems page, sim settings. Isn't it in here somewhere? Panel style, general. Yeah, I'm using the Leap 1 B28s. Oh, you know what? I need to change this here a little bit. To like right about there is where I had it yesterday. Set back. Good. We're going to go nose left facing west. Which way do we want to be facing? Facing west. We'll just do straight pushback. Don't have to do anything too crazy. All right, let's go around us, make sure we're looking good. We are. Beautiful. We do have auto ATC because there's no ATC on the ground here. Auto ATC, my squawk was 2413. 2413. And we'll turn that on and reporting on and like that. I think that's how it's supposed to be set. Yeah, there we go. Alt source should be on 1. That's on 1. That's on. That's on TA. Good. Cool. Park brake is released.
Commencing push.
Beautiful.
All engines clear.
We'll start the clock here on the first officer side as soon as we start moving. There we go. Clock is on the first officer side. And let's go ahead and spool up some engines, shall we? ISO valve is open, packs are off, APU bleed is on. We do have duct pressure. Engine number 2 over to start. Beautiful. Start valve is open, N2% is on the rise. Turn up the sounds here for us. Again, you do not introduce fuel until you see the motoring go away. As somebody was mentioning yesterday, we need to wait for about 28% N2 before we introduce fuel. First flight of the day as well, so the motoring will actually be quite quickly. If you noticed yesterday when we were doing our turnaround, the motoring seemed to take a little bit longer on our second departure just because the engines need to cool down. These early access streams are getting old pretty fast now. Just released the plane. We don't need hype for a 737. Nothing negative towards you though, Cap. I mean, you're putting it in chat, so I mean, don't you think that's something that's better off said to the developers, not in my YouTube live stream? Just food for thought, right? If it has nothing to do with me, then wouldn't you want to message that to the developers and not just put that in my YouTube chat? Doesn't do much help putting it in my YouTube chat, does it? Where the hell is he pushing me? Nothing against you, but I hate this stream. It was very, very odd. Yeah. They said the 2020 PD add-ons will be available for 24, so you can use the 77 if I buy the standard edition. Correct. Yes. Did you say performance-wise this is on par with the Phoenix? Yeah, maybe slightly less performance. That was one of really my only one of my only complaints. Somebody said something about what is not on. Anyways, engine number 1 over the ground. Start valve is open. N2 percentage is on the rise. We're looking good. Do you see the Aerosoft 330? Laughable. According to A330 drivers, still some bugs. Not sure if they are enough to delay the release. What's that? For this aircraft, there's definitely still some bugs going on. But I would say, like, you know, software-wise, the fact that this is early access, I would say that this is probably pretty far along the early access. I know that they're actively updating the airplane. Even after I streamed yesterday, there was an update to the aircraft. So I know that they're actively updating it. I know that they're actively adding liveries for everybody as well. So I don't think it'll be very long, man. I think maybe max like 2 weeks. Probably closer to about a week or two, I think personally, is when the aircraft will release. But yeah. Where does this lie in terms of quality between Phoenix and PMDG? I would honestly say it's got to be right up there with it, man. I don't know if it's of the same quality as like a Phoenix or PMDG yet, but I would say that it definitely has potential, has quite a bit of potential. A330 driver is part of the PMDG team, so I wouldn't take his word on the competitor's aircraft. He's not really on their team. He's an advisor or a tester. He's not paid by PMDG to say anything or do anything like that, right? But I don't know. I mean, again, completely up to you, you know. Kaji, thanks for 8 months. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Huge no floaties. Thank you for the continued support of the channel. Appreciate you, man. Dude, these sounds are still... sounds are absolutely incredible in this aircraft. Like, absolutely incredible. Let's go flaps 5 degrees for takeoff. I don't know if it's a stream, but the engine blades look a little bit glitchy. That's because I'm using frame gen mod. So any high movement surface when you're using the frame gen mod, not native frame gen mod, you have these issues. Is Aerosoft 330 is rivaling the Captain Scam? Correct. I would say it's no better than the Latin VFR, BREDOC, Captain Sim. It's no better than that, and that's a crying shame. For a company that's been in the industry for over 20 years, you're pushing out products like Cash Grab People, Latin VFR, BREDOC, Captain Sim. That's wild, man. Absolutely wild. Some would even argue that the Latin VFR with the Horizon mod is probably better. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how it's possible, dude. I don't know how, like I said, man, a lot of us were kind of just like, oh, like it's going to be, you know, oh, the aircraft, you know, it'll be okay, and it'll be this, it'll be that. They somehow even did worse than I think everybody expected them to do, which is absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas, man. All right, we're good to go. Trim values are set. Do a recall check. Good. Let's go flight director, left side, right side, VNAV, LNAV, armor auto throttle here in a second. Got the aircraft in front of us. Hopefully he starts taxiing soon, and we will get ourselves ready for our departure. I'm just going to turn the sounds down while we're taxiing. I'm thoroughly disappointed they are freeware products that is better than that. Correct. Yeah. Aerosoft trying to make money now before 2024 releases, and we get an actual 330 for mini builds. Correct. Yeah. Correct, man. That's exactly what this is, and I don't know how they could say that it's not. This is like literally exactly what it is. They realize that they will have zero chance of convincing anybody that the A330 is better than the Innie builds, and it's coming for free. You know what I mean? That's the big catch, is the Innie builds 330 is a free aircraft, and it's going to be leaps and bounds above Aerosoft trying to get, what is it, 36 pounds out of you? Fucking bananas, dude. Bananas, man. And we stretch. Got a cartridge right here that says, yes, we do stretch. As half German myself, I'm disgusted what the taxes are used for. It's pretty crazy, man. Like, if you think of all the development groups... Oh, okay, that airplane left. Park brake's coming off. Let's go. Pata! Says, in Portuguese, we have a saying, expectations were low, but holy shit is free translation. Yeah, man, it's pretty wild, dude. It's pretty wild. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate the support, man. Amy won't read that out because it had shit in it, but I'll read it out. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Incredibly kind. Why did the government give someone like that? Well, it's part of like this thing that the German government is doing with developers, software developers. We're going to go out Romeo, and then we'll go uniform to whiskey, friends. I guess we could just go all the way down the ramp as well. Antoine, thanks for the support, man. Appreciate you, dude. Coming with the 2 bones. Thank you for your support, Antoine. I appreciate you, man. Incredibly kind, dude. Thank you, man. I don't want to talk about it because I'm going to get way too emotional. Already starting to get emotional just thinking about talking about it. So we're not going to talk about it. Yeah, it's I have some very hard decisions to make over the next couple of weeks, I think, chat. It's sad, to say the least. So we'll leave it at that. Hopefully they improve performance before the release. Yeah, performance could be a little bit better in the aircraft. It's not like it's terrible, right? Like it's not like the performance is, oh my god, like this is absolutely terrible. But yes, I would like to see the performance improve just a little bit. I think that it would go a long way, and I'm sure it will. Remember that this is an early access version of this aircraft, so just remember that, you know. I bet the majority of that money was spent on non-work. Could have been. But no, Antoine, I appreciate you, man. No worries, dude. I get it, man. No fault of yours, dude. Appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody with the kind words and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those shitty things, unfortunately, about owning animals, right? It's you know, it's one of those things. I've been trying to mentally prepare myself since I found the news out about a month ago. But I don't think anything can mentally prepare you for something like that, you know? Dan, there is no United. No. They pushed out some liveries last night. So we have a couple more liveries now. As far as like American operators, we have now American Airlines, United, Swoop, and Southwest. Those are the only North American liveries. It's not Southwest, sorry, WestJet. So we're going to do some WestJet. This evening we'll do some WestJet ops out of Vancouver. But, yeah. So I got to open up YouTube today because I'm about to go home sick and I heard the 330 dropped, but I guess I'll be staying. Yeah, don't spend your money on that. That's not worth losing money or going home from somewhere. Packs off today for the sounds? Nah, we don't need to. There's a United 7-3 departing out here. Pet that dog. Sanders. Thank you, man.
Who is making the other aircrafts for MSFS 2024 like the Max and the one who looks like a whale? I hope not Aerosoft.
No. Any builds and working title. 2 competent developers, at least, you know, so. Alaska's well cap. Oh, that's right. Alaska is there now. Correct. I did see Alaska. They added Fly Dubai, Caribbean. Yeah. So they added some nice liveries as well. That's for sure. I was just speaking about North American operators. I forgot that they added Alaskan and Caribbean. All right, friends, let's get her going. What the hell is CTAF here, chat? CTAF frequency. It's going to be tower frequency. CTAF is 1206. Let's be good pilots, and we'll make our CTAF calls. 1206. Good. Flip that over. Ontario traffic. United 2002 lining up runway 26 right, Ontario. All right, let's go and get the landing lights on, runway turnoffs on, strobe lights on, wing lights on, ding the cabin. Good. Sounds are going up. Good. Cool. The sounds in this airplane are like, I don't understand how Boris does it, man. Like, this guy is like an actual genius when it comes to the sounds. it literally sounds like you're on a real airplane. There's no like ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas. Which plane handles better, iFly or PMDG? They both feel similar. They both feel like you're taxiing a 737. This one is a little bit more sensitive. That's what I've noticed. Now, I think it's because they're trying to mimic nose wheel steering or something like that. But this airplane feels a little bit more, I don't want to say twitchy, because twitchy's not the word. It's more sensitive on the nose wheel. You have to be a little bit, it doesn't take a lot of input. Where sometimes I notice like I'm going full deflection in the PMDG and it's not really like doing anything. This 100%, you don't have to do that. You have to be really, really careful and simple with, I think this actually airplane would taxi really nice using like a tiller or something like that. All right, Yocam's going on, friends. Let's get the hell out of here, shall we? Sounds are up. Y'all ready to rock and roll? I'm going to put the sound super loud. Apologize in advance to anybody. Maybe turn your sounds down if you're not, but yes. Yeah, the nose slamming on landing, that needs to be fixed as well, because, yeah, the thing just absolutely barrels down to the ground. Ontario traffic, United 2002 departing 269 Ontario. All right, throttle's up to about 40%. Enjoy, friends. Slight nose down pressure on the yoke. Throttles are stable at 40%. Toga. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. .80 knots, we're neutral. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gears going up. Fly your flight directors. The entire sound pack of this airplane is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Beautiful, climb power's in. Bring that nose down gently, we'll gain a little bit of speed. Bring those sounds back ever so slightly. Beautiful. Let's go flaps up, position 1. God, dude, the way this thing hand flies. I mean, once you get this bad boy trimmed out, it just flies so nice. Small little inputs. Beautiful. 210, flaps clean. No overlay. There is no overlay when it's on joystick cam. It's always been like this cam. The overlay comes on when it's on autopilot. I try and keep the screen clear and free of anything. It's going to be a stunning departure as well, man. We're going to get tons of views. What game is this? I'll let you guess. We're going to play the guessing game. That's what game this is today. The guessing game. Runway turnoffs are coming off. Taxi lights are coming off. Wing lights are coming off. Beautiful. GTA 6 pre-release. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it. Roblox. Nice. Roblox has come a long way, man. All right, through 8,000 feet, we'll engage autopilot, bring you guys back up into the flight deck, bring those sounds back down just a little bit. There we go. PUBG, dude. That's a game I haven't heard of in a while. PUBG. Damn. The good old PUBG, baby. All right, let's pretend that we have been cleared up to our cruise altitude, so it's going to be 32,000 feet today. Flight level 320, we'll bug that up. Goat Simulator. Nice. Okay, though, for real, Lego Star Wars. When Boris did Mike Tango Tango, he had me record everything, and then he used them as a reference, but created all the sounds from scratch. It all sounds real to me, the fuel pump and the stall horns. It's scary good. I agree, dude. Boris is wild, man. He does incredible work. This might be ATS. Nice. Anyone know a cheap MCU for your simulator? There's one coming up spooled by WinWing. Check out WinWing. They're going to have a bunch of products here coming over the next year or so. They'll have it out, man. Very, very, very competitively priced. Hey, Gap, I know that you're sponsored by AnyBuilds, so you can't say much, but do you think it's fair to say that 2020 community to have a 350 only available? Do you think that it's fair to the Microsoft 2020 community to have the 350 only available on 2024? Well, what entitles you as a 2020 user? I don't understand. I don't understand why you think that they. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just put it this way. Why does AnyBuilds have to develop only for 2020 and not 2024? So if you flip the roles and you think about this as a development group cycle, right? 2024 is going to be the simulator for the next 5 years. So why would AnyBuilds have to develop only for 2020? Do you know what I mean? Like, why does that make sense? That's a largely commercial decision. I highly doubt Captain Canada is involved in commercial decisions. I'm definitely not, but I'm curious why he thinks that. Why AnyBuilds has to cater to Microsoft 2020 and not move forward with the new simulator. That's what I'm more curious about. Why does he feel that, you know, a development group isn't allowed to? I feel like AnyBuilds has done so much for Microsoft 2020. When you think about the airplanes that they've released and you think about the free products that they've made in partnership with Asobo and Microsoft, to me, I don't think AnyBuilds owes anything to anybody. It's kind of like when the X-Plane guys got upset that AnyBuilds isn't developing for X-Plane anymore and that they're developing for Microsoft. I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just curious as to why you feel that AnyBuilds shouldn't be allowed to develop for another sim, and why you feel that it would be unfair for 2020 users. Aren't most people switching over anyways? Maverick, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Welcome. Reese, what's up, dude? Have you got the files from the latest FSLTL update, but the lower textures? I have not. No. Once I get them, I'll provide them. Yeah. If you check Discord, we now have 72 raffles. Oh, baby, number is climbing. Incredible. Yeah, gonna be awesome, man. Cap, wasn't expecting X-Plane 12 to be this good. Yeah, crazy. Dankist, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Hey, Cap, haven't been in yet, but I'm sure you answered. How does this handle versus the 737 we already have? It flies different. It's a 737, so it's kind of the same. It flies different. I actually prefer flying this one over the PMDG. I said it there. This one feels more... How do I explain it? This one feels more dynamic. Does that make sense? This aircraft feels much more dynamic than the PMDG. Sometimes I feel like the PMDG is just like a very linear product. Like, it just feels linear. Like, it's certain components do this and that. I feel that, like, hand flying this aircraft, I think I prefer hand flying this aircraft. But, you know, I'm not saying that the PMDG is bad by any stretch of the imagination. You just asked me which one I prefer. I think I prefer flying this one, you know? To leave about what XP said, saying this is so good I might have to uninstall the PMDG. No, I think that's very much like a clicky, like that's like you know, trying to bait some comments or something like that. I'm not going to uninstall my PMDG because I have an iFly Max. They're both very different aircraft. One is a Max, one is an NG, but yeah, I will not be uninstalling the PMDG series because we have access to this now. It's not how that works, you know. When are you going to remove your sunglasses? I don't know, man. You'll have to keep watching to find out. Hey, I'm flying from Ontario to SFO. Nice. Flight sim tribalism is strong. Sometimes it can be. Yeah. Interesting. Better inertia. It just feels... It's kind of hard to explain what it feels like. Like I kind of mentioned it yesterday. It feels kind of like balloony. It feels like I'm like... I don't know. It feels fun. It feels fun to fly. That's like the best way that I can describe it. It handles well. It's got some good weight to it. You have to apply quite a bit of force to get it to flare or to get it to roll. It feels like you're flying a heavy aircraft. It doesn't kind of feel, sometimes, you know, the thing is with the PMDG, like I mentioned, sometimes you fly it and it just kind of does these weird things, and yeah, I would just say that this just feels heavier, if that's like the best way that I can describe it. It's kind of hard to explain what it's like because everybody has different peripherals. Everybody has a different setup. It just feels heavier. It feels, it's fun to hand fly. It's got some weight and it feels more dynamic. That's the best way that I can describe it. It feels like you're constantly, you know, it feels kind of like it'll allow you to, it'll allow you to get a little bit quirky or a little bit slippery, if you will, you know? The PMDG 7.3 feels like P3D. I never owned it for P3D, so I can't really comment on what it's like in P3D, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have issues with either. I love my PMDG 737, but I also really like this aircraft as well. So excited for the Phoenix team to get their Sharkless out for our lovely Airbuses. And I know you don't touch them much, but lots of good biz jets coming soon. Yes, there are a bunch of biz jets. We'll see, man. Maybe we'll get into the biz jet game. How's it going, Cap? Have you seen the awful A330? Oh, yes. We had a good little 15-20 minutes speaking about that at the beginning of today's stream. I don't know, man. Dare I say that we're witnessing the downfall in the end of Aerosoft? I don't know, man. Waiting for the Aerobask Falcon 8. Isn't that aircraft like indefinitely on delay, Dankist? The last I checked and the last I spoke, it was with my good friend Mr. Q8 Pilot, and he's very good friends with the team over at Aerobask, and he was saying that Dassault was like forcing them to do all kinds of stuff that basically was gonna like cancel the project because they wanted so many things implemented that actually couldn't be implemented. And Dassault basically wants like a one-to-one rendition of the aircraft where all failures, systems, everything. And I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Dude, that airplane was announced like 5 years ago. So the fact that you still remember and you're still waiting for that aircraft, I mean, I hope you get it one day, man, but honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. Dassault will not approve it until all the features are replicated. Correct, yeah. I mean, that's what I heard from my inside sources. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I heard, you know? Sad to see Rafi gets all the hate regarding the 330 while he's the community manager, right, good men? I mean, that's the job that you sign up for, dude. And unfortunately, you know, if... You know, as much as it's probably not Rafi's fault, I do agree with you. He's not the lead developer. He's not the one signing off on it and saying, yep, this product is good, ship it, sell it, send it. He's not that person. But at the same point, you work for Aerosoft and you represent that. And if it's at a level where you feel that, hey, man, you know, speak up or say something or quit, find another job. It's not like there aren't other marketing jobs out there, right? Community marketing and stuff like that. Those jobs are a dime a dozen. So, I don't know, man. I feel like if you want to be the face of that, then you have to take the repercussions, you know? Mathis leaving the company makes a whole lot more sense now. I agree. 100%. Especially when you look at the company that Mathis went to. He goes from Aerosoft to PMDG, which I mean is like, you know, a massive step. Fly with Falco, huge no floaties to you, man. Up in business class, huge no floaties. Somebody was asking me earlier, sorry, we were just about to depart, and they were asking me that they're getting this airplane and they want to know what liveries come with it. I think there's about 12 liveries out now. There could be more, but I think there's about 12 liveries. Now, there's 2 United, there's a WestJet, there's an Alaska, there's a Swoop, there's an American Airlines, there's a Caribbean Airlines, there's a Fly Dubai, which could be fun. Maybe we could do that next week. Do some Dubai ops, fly Dubai out of Dubai in the MAX. Ooh. There's 3 or 4 TUI jets. There's a Norwegian air shuttle. Norwegian is out now. There's no Southwest. There's no Ryanair. I think some of the big ones. There's no Air Canada still. Yeah, we'll do some Norwegian next week. It's been a while since we've flown up in Norway, so we will definitely do some, like, maybe like Oslo to Bergen or something like that. We could do Swoop. It's funny because the Swoop livery is actually, it has like a big operated by WestJet under it, so yeah. Curious how much PMDG makes with an airliner. I mean, they're selling it on PC and on Xbox. I don't know numbers, but dare I say quite a bit of money. Quite a bit of money. My friends, cruise altitude, you know what that means. Stretch it out, my amigo. Yeah, we can do like Oslo to Bergen to like somewhere else. Oslo, Bergen, maybe like Copenhagen or something. I don't know. Kelowna to Edmonton, Swoop, WestJet, Max 8. Ooh. That'd be a fun one. Yep. Hey fellas, sorry I'm late. Been in meetings all morning. Tony, good to see you, man. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you, man. All right, chat. Look at those beautiful views out there. That gorgeous Max 8 engine. I'm going to predict that the Bluebird 7.5 will be the best airplane released for any sim ever. Combination of study level and iconic airplane. I mean, yeah, like I think it's going to be a great product. I'm not going to go off and say like I haven't flown it. I've become good acquaintances with the team over at Bluebird, especially with Shervin, the CEO of Bluebird. Incredible and insanely smart individual. He's literally pouring his life and soul, blood, sweat, tears into the Bluebird company and aircraft in general. I do think that they're going to be fantastic airplanes. Yeah. Gap, do you think the German government will demand explanations or hold Aerosoft accountable? I have no clue, man. I really don't know, dude. I don't want to speculate. I have no clue. Do you have a price tag for this? Not yet. No. Soren, 30 months, says time flies. Huge no floaties to you, Soren. Thank you for the support, my friend. I appreciate you. Incredibly kind, man. 30 months as a first-class member. Guys, can we get some love for Mr. Soren? Thank you, Soren. Appreciate you, dude. And we got Tenure to MOBA celebrating 28 months. Is watching you from 23,000 feet, Atlanta to Charlotte. Is that Charlotte? Charleston? Charlotte? Something like that. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support, dude. Appreciate you big time, man. Thank you, buddy. The Ontario scenery looks amazing. Oh, yeah, it's Vertical Sim. Vertical Sim Ontario. He always does great work. Yeah. Aerosoft gets government money. They got £500,000. £500,000 to develop the A330. Charleston, nice. Aviator Nick, the Aerosoft 330 released today, this morning, and it is absolutely atrocious. There are better freeware options on the market than Aerosoft is trying to claim for this payware 330 that they released. It is bad, to say the least. I do know to what degree 2024 is going to reverse compatibility with add-ons. They should all work spooled up. That was one of the main questions that I asked when I was at the 2024 event in at the Grand Canyon. Everything is basically back compatible. So all of your add-ons will work. The only thing is scenery developers and aircraft developers will have to update their airplanes to take advantage of the new features. So everything should work, but all of the new features and stuff like that, it's going to take some updates from the developers and yeah. Did you say that the headwind A330? I mean, Yes, because it's free. Just based off because it's free, Colin. That, yeah. How much is this? There is no price tag for this aircraft yet. Looks like a port over from P3D with the textures on the A330. It's not good. Yeah. It was developed in-house, Dougal. Yeah, for the last 3.5 years. For the last 3.5 years. It was supposed to release over a year ago. That's what really, truly makes this puzzling. Is that they thought that that aircraft was ready to release a year ago. What the fuck did they do in a year that made them think that it was somewhat releasable right now in today's standards? Oh, man. It is laughable to the highest degree, man. And again, I don't like shitting on developers, and I don't like calling people out, but I mean, I don't know how you can be in the industry for so long and yet be so naive and just act the way that Aerosoft is acting. It just doesn't make sense to me, man. I just don't know how it's feasible. Yeah. If I were Rafi, I would seriously be considering resigning. I mean, I wouldn't want my name attached to Aerosoft. I'll just put that out there, dude. I wouldn't want to be a part of it. No. It's going to make your life miserable. Everywhere you go, you're going to get bombarded with people saying your product is shit, your product is garbage, why are you supporting this, why are you behind it? And it's not fair. It's not fair for him to have to sit there and be the you know, the whipping boy, so to speak. It's you know, I'm not I thought about buying it just to like stream it so we could like meme it, but I was like, you know what, man, I'm not even going to stoop. I'm not even going to go to Aerosoft levels. I'm not going to give them any of my money. We all know they're not going to send me a review copy. We all know that, Chad. So, yeah. Skyworker, my man, 42 months. Appreciate you, dude. Says, Mrs. Skyworker wanted to know how long I've been a member. 42 months. Crazy. I remember when you first came onto the channel, Skyworker. Like, I legit remember you showing up, and I remember us having conversations and you letting us know you used to be ATC and having all the insight that you have. So incredible, man. Thank you for being a member here, dude. Thank you for being a friend of the channel as well, dude. Really do appreciate it. And here's to hopefully many more expos together, getting some grub. Stay away from Vegas, maybe. Still waiting for the Aerosoft EDDF X-Plane 12 version. Instead, they're updating some small German island scenery for X-Plane. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just curious as to why they release it. Like, I want to see the reason. Well, we know the reason, because they know that they will get, at least if they release it right now, there's going to be people naive enough to buy the aircraft. There's going to be people that say, oh, it's Aerosoft. I've bought products from them in FSX, P3D. I'm going to buy this product. In a month's time, we're going to have the AnyBuilds 330, which is obviously, I don't even think we need to even question it. It's going to be a far superior product. That is the sole reason that Aerosoft released the aircraft in its current state. Because if you think about it, I think it was only a couple months ago Aerosoft stated that they weren't releasing it for 2020. They were only going to release their aircraft for Microsoft 2024. And I mean, I guess they had a change of heart. I don't know. Yeah, that's the sole reason. There's no other reason that they would release the product in its current state. Yeah. I guess the CRJs aren't going to get an update anytime soon. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. The lines of paint will be straight on the AnyBuilds 330. Correct. Yeah, and the wheels won't be octagons. The wheels will actually be wheels. The fact that Latin VFR seems to be better than Aerosoft, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think this is going to start to be the end for Aerosoft. As far as, like, I think Aerosoft will stay in it for, like, scenery development and stuff like that, but I don't think that we see more aircraft products from Aerosoft. We might see other, you know, like Hans Hartmann may do another aircraft and publish it under Aerosoft, or who is it? The FSS guys are working with Aerosoft, and they're going to, they sell their products through Aerosoft. So I think that will always be around, but I don't think that we're going to get any more. I just don't think we're getting any aircrafts from Aerosoft any longer. I think this will be the last. I think this is the last straw for them. Just watched a couple of reviews. Man, this was the stupidest business decision ever. Not a whole lot makes sense at the Aerosoft camp right now, dude. And it's been that way for a while. If you really think about it, think about a year ago. They got aviation lads to make this incredible like teaser or whatever it was, right? Hype up video. And then they released the paint kit. And then after the paint kit, they basically said, oh, well, we're gonna delay the aircraft and we're gonna release it for Microsoft 2024. So like you have all these liveries and paint kits and everything available, and then just nothing. It's, I don't know, dude. Do you think they honestly thought people would be happy with the product, or did they just not care about the reaction? Again, Rydog, I think what's going on with them is they've already been paid for the product. I think that's the major factor here. They've been paid. They already got paid. They already have their money from the German government. They don't, you know what I mean? Like they don't need people to buy it. They don't, I mean, like the people buying it, that's all just gravy money on top. They've already been paid for the product. I think that's partly the problem. I think what should have happened is that they should have got the German government grant. They should have got it after the product was released and it was deemed to be successful. That's how this whole thing should have gone. They should have never got the grant without the product actually being finished or out for sale. It's, yeah, pretty crazy, man. It is definitely $30 I won't get back. It's a shame, and I desperately need to reconsider the management of that company and who's making these decisions. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Absolutely, man. It sucks that you bought it. I feel bad. I would do my best to try and get some type of refund if I were you, man. But, hey. It is what it is, man. So excited about World Flight, I can't focus at work. Dude, we're close, man. Oh, by the way, chat, we have our new website up, so you can put !WF, and that'll take you to the World Flight. We have a bunch of cool stuff up on there. You can see all the sponsors. You can see we have even like a little countdown to when all of that will be coming. That command should be there. Yeah, there it is right there. Perfect.
Can I pet that dog?
Diego!
Can I pet that dog?
Thank you, man. Says, Captain, I have no doubt that AnyBuild's A330 is very good, but at the end of the day, it'll still be a default aircraft. Hopefully AnyBuilds or Phoenix will make a high-quality payware 330. Well, again, Diego, I think you have to understand, man, default aircraft are not what default aircraft were 5 years ago, right? I don't think it's fair to call AnyBuilds a quote-unquote, yes, it's a free aircraft that comes with the simulator, but it's not a default aircraft. It's a third-party developer creating a product, right? Like, Microsoft paid AnyBuilds to develop this 330. So essentially it is still a payware product. We just don't have to pay for it. It's already been paid for in the price tag that we're buying the simulator. You know what I mean?
CSD Gaming donated $6.80. It makes perfect sense, Cap. Fact is, uninformed simmers will still not listen to us and enrich Aerosoft's pockets.
Yep.
It is clear they are releasing it for a money grab.
Yep.
It will never compare to the A330, and they
Correct.
know it, hence
Correct.
the release.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Knee-jerk reaction. They realize that they will, and it's only going to get worse for Aerosoft, in my honest opinion, because now the people that did buy it are going to get access to the AnyBuilds 330 when 2024 releases, and then they're just going to, the clapback is going to be insane. Absolutely insane, True, but for the A320neo V2 from AnyBuilds, flew like garbage. It wasn't bad, though, don't get me wrong. Well, the update has fixed a lot of things. Don't forget that as well. If you haven't updated the V2 Neo, it's a fantastic aircraft now. What did Aerosoft release? They released their A330, and it is, yeah. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Aerosoft should be ashamed and embarrassed. That's the thing. I don't think that they are. Maybe they're about to get humbled big time, but I don't think they are, unfortunately. They did release it. Yeah, they did. Big problem I had with the Indy builds was the shitty performance in the A300, but that seems fixed now. Yes, they have. They've definitely updated and fixed all of the issues that people were having. Yeah. Hey Cap, have you seen the 330 cabin? I mean, it's laughable at best. Truly laughable at best. I don't know if any of you haven't seen it, but I suggest maybe if you're curious, go check out some of the videos that have been up, and yeah, it's pretty hilarious, man. This is probably one of the most depressing releases in the flight sim community. I would agree with you. Yep, I would agree with you. If you think about it, when Aerosoft released the CRJ, it was the first quote-unquote commercial aircraft to release for this simulator. And, you know, for all things considering, the RJ isn't that bad. It's not like a top tier. You know, I wouldn't put it with PMDG and Indy builds and Phoenix and even the iFly, for example. But yeah, it's quite a sad release day for Aerosoft. What flight will you do for 100K? I have no clue, dude. We're probably a couple years away from 100K, man. So I really don't know. I do not know. The Aerosoft 330 would have been popular release on Roblox. Maybe. Yeah. Remember when the CRJ released, you could hear background noises with each button click? Oh, yeah. Are you going to 2K for the next build? Yeah, I'm going to go up to 1440p. Rafi certainly is disappointed, I think. I was chatting with him earlier. He wanted to delay the HQ, said it must go. Yeah, it's like I said, man, I feel bad for the people that you know, work for Aerosoft that have nothing to do with this, that are now just going to have to deal with the repercussions of you know, management wanting to push it out. But yeah, I mean, Freddy, here's the thing, and again, I can't reiterate this enough, Freddy. Aerosoft doesn't even make the sceneries that they publish, right? Like, I hope you understand that, and I hope you... All of the Aerosoft sceneries that have released, that have been, you know, Brussels, Oslo, Frankfurt, all of those sceneries are done by third-party developers sold under the Aerosoft umbrella and brand. It's not actually Aerosoft developers creating anything. They're not doing anything. All of those sceneries are done by third-party developers who use Aerosoft's platform to sell their products. So to say that Aerosoft does good sceneries, no, not really. They have the, you know, they have the abilities to sell and have a platform to sell your products. But yeah, that it is 6-hour cooldown on their Discord server. This is actually a scam. Are you serious? Oh boy. They put a 6-hour cooldown on the Aerosoft Discord. Dude, you can't write this shit, chat. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't make it up. You really can't. 28 miles till top of descent here, friends. Restrictions coming in on the Surfer 4. Mohammed! Thank you, dude.
Hi, Captain.
Hello.
What are your impressions of the iFly 737 MAX?
I like it.
How is FPS performance compared to the PMDG 737? Cheers.
Slightly less performance-wise, a little bit heavier on performance. I personally think that a lot of the performance and reasons why it might not be getting such good performance is because this cabin is always modeled, and because you can do things like this where you can open and close tray tables and stuff like that. I personally think if they offer us an option, and I don't know if iFly is considering this, I would love to see a version of this aircraft where this isn't modeled. I would be perfectly okay with flying this aircraft without having all of this stuff going on here in the background, being able to open up the bins and close the blinds and stuff like that. Every single one of these causes, you know, a performance, a hit. It's more click spots, it's more polygons. So I would love to see them on release offer an option to turn it on or off. And I think if it was turned off, I think we would get better performance. I personally think that's where the culprit lands when it comes to performance. Because, for example, look right now, okay? So we're here in the cockpit. We're getting 72 FPS. Watch when I switch to drone camera, which then removes all of the click spots and everything inside, and you can see we're up over 100 FPS. So we're gaining 30 FPS by just going into drone mode, which again is another telltale sign that there's a lot going on when we're in the 3D cockpit and cabin. Again, you can see my FPS down here, 93, 96, and then watch when we jump back inside. As soon as we jump back inside, that drops down to about, you know, low 70s, 60s, high 60s. So yeah, XP's chat would kill you for saying that. Wow, hey man, that's XP's chat, dude. I can't speak for the other content creators. That's what they like doing. That's what they like doing, you know. 12 miles till top of descent. We got 6,000 feet plugged in. Sync up our headings a little bit better here, 282. And we're looking good, friends. We can start programming some stuff, getting some things ready here as well. So if we look at the approach, weather is still calm, so that's great news. We're going to go to charts. We're going to plan for the ILS 28 left. We'll pin that one. We'll have a little bit of a look-see here. 109.55 on the frequency. 109.55. We'll flip that up. Good. We'll do that over here on the backup as well. 109.55. Good. Oops, sorry. And we'll flip that one up. Forgot to do that. There we go. Front course heading will be 284. We'll bug that up as well. 284. Good. And we'll bug it up on the secondary as well. 284. Good. And our minimums will be on the ILS 213. 213 on the Barrow Mins. Is anyone using Rex? I'm not. I know some are.
When I
Mario.
watched EasyJet's review video of the Aerosoft A330, I tried really hard to find a reason to love it.
Oh yeah.
I just progressively hated it even more.
Yep. It's, yeah. Not a very good product, friends, unfortunately. It really isn't. But I mean, that just is the cherry on top. Like, them closing their Discord or putting a 6-hour cooldown on their Discord just explains everything that you need to know about the Aerosoft 330, chat. Really, that's the end all be all. Mario, thank you for the support, man. I appreciate you dropping another €6. Huge no floaties to you, my amigo. Thank you for the continued support of the channel, my friend. I really do appreciate you. They removed it from their website. Aerosoft doesn't make planes either. CRJ is hands. The ATR guy in FSS was managing the 330 project. Yeah, it's just laughable all around, man. Laughable all around. For those of you that bought the Aerosoft 330 in the UK, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you can possibly get a refund. I would be suggesting anybody that purchased that aircraft to be getting a refund. I would save your money for like this aircraft or some of the other stuff, or put it towards Microsoft 2024 or something. But yeah, with how much you puff, you should be a train conductor. I haven't heard that one before. Choo choo. Gab, you still use Pilot Edge? I haven't used Pilot Edge in a while. I'd like to jump back on the network. I don't have a sponsorship with them anymore. I don't know what happened with that. I was in contact with them earlier this year, and they said that they wanted to continue their partnership with the channel, and that is the last that I heard from Pilot Edge. So I may have to buy a month and we can go fly on Pilot Edge. That could be fun as well, so we'll wait and see. You can't review it on their website anymore. They did not remove it, they just removed the review page. Oh boy. Talk about a quality developer and a quality product, eh, chat? Let's just silence the crowd. You know what's funny, man, is Aerosoft will probably blame us. You know? They'll probably blame us for that. That was last year, Will. Aerosoft will probably blame the community for being too toxic. That's where this is going. You know what's going to happen. We need some upgraded Thrustmaster stuff for Flight Sim. I mean, I'm perfectly happy with my Thrustmaster stuff that I have now. I'd like to see them progress. Yeah, absolutely. But I'd love to see them do some type of like force feedback yoke or something. I think that would be badass. They have all the tools with their racing wheels and stuff. I think it would be pretty badass to see one done. Like maybe like a version 2 of their Boeing yoke or something. If they blame us, the only thing it'll prove is that their balls are the size of watermelons. Who knows, man? Who knows? For customers of the Active Sky, sorry, I got that one. What's up for the 330? The 330 released this morning, and it is horrendous. Unacceptable is the best way that I can put it. How much is this plane? Not for sale yet, and there is no price. No price yet, not for sale. I'd like to see version 2 of their throttle for the Boeings. That'd be cool too, yeah. How do the physics feel of the iFly 7.3? Pretty good. I'm not a real 737 pilot or a MAX captain, so I can't really speak of how it is to real life or how true it is to real life, but I've been enjoying it. Mohammed with the $2. Thanks so much, man. What are your thoughts on say intentions? I mean, it'd be cool. I prefer just flying on like VATSIM and having the opportunity to speak to real air traffic controllers, but yeah. I just saw the EasyJet pilot's video on the 330. It's shocking. I could not believe it. Yep. It's that bad, man. It's that bad. I wonder if they sent it out to all of them as well. Like, I don't think Blue or like XP or any of I don't think they paid for the aircraft. But it's good to see that everybody's kind of, like I said, man, out of all the videos that I watched, I think the most positive was Blue. I think he was trying to paint it in a little bit of a positive light. Probably didn't want to be overly too critical because I think he understood that everybody else would be too critical. But I mean, Blue didn't even fly it. Like, he just did a video. I think he did like a 13 or 15 minute video, and out of that 15 minutes, I think he spent 10 minutes just like looking at the outside, because that's really the only thing that's semi-acceptable, and then he spent some time in the tablet, which is probably the strongest feature of the aircraft. But yeah. Are your sensitivities for the iFly the same as your PMDG? Correct. Yeah. Blue took his video down? I don't know. I was watching it this morning. I think they all have it up. Blue is a positive guy in his videos. He tried hard to stay positive. Comments about the Active Sky. Sorry, Active Sky. The Aerosoft, yes. Yeah. Expecting Lightspeed to come in and troll as Aerosoft channel like he does with Swiss 001 and Fly-by-Wire on their channels. I don't know. Hopefully not. Just watched 10 minute of EasyJet Sim pilot's video of the 330. Wow. Just wow. Chewy posted he got a copy, but that bad he didn't want to stream it. Hey, man. I'm right up there with Chewy, dude. If they sent me a free copy, I probably would have loaded in, seen it, and been like, no thanks. No thank you. Hey, Gap, do you own the next level Boeing flight sim chair? I do own it. Yep, I don't really use it, to be honest with you, so, yeah. British Gavik was brutally honest. I mean, as they should be, you know? Yep. Blue is a big joke? No, he's not. Not at all, man. I've known Blue for many, many, many years now. Blue is a extremely respectable person, a great human being, and he's, like I said, man, I think he maybe realized that the project is not where it should be, and I think instead of just shitting on the airplane like everybody else was going to be doing, I think maybe that would be why. But I be careful what you're saying, man. Blue is a good friend of the channel, good friend of mine, and a very respected content creator in the flight sim industry, and I couldn't disagree more with what you said. He's none of those at all. Just like nobody is, man. Everybody's doing their best, dude. And I always say it, listen, man, I'll be the first one to tell you guys, some content creators, their content is just not for me. Doesn't mean they're a bad person or they're a shitty person or that they shouldn't be creating content. Just because your content isn't for a specific group of people doesn't mean that you're a bad person. That is very, very true. And you have to think about it this way, man. There's a lot of people that don't like me. There's a lot of people that don't like my streams. There's a lot of people that think I'm some asshole or I'm some, you know what I mean? So it's it goes both ways, dude. It goes both ways. Trust me. So that's why, that's the beauty of content creation and live streaming, is there's a plethora of it now, and there's a lot of content creators out there, and I think we need to start working on not bashing other content creators and just taking it for what it is, man. It's okay to not enjoy watching somebody's videos. That's fine. I get that. I totally get that. I say it all the time, man. I cannot watch an Erin Ryan's or a Swiss 001 video. I can't do it. I can't do it. that doesn't mean they're bad people and I hate them and I think they, you know, I think they should stop creating content. Obviously what they're doing is they're doing something right and they're appeasing to an audience, even though that audience may not be what I enjoy watching. That's okay, because you know what, there's still tons of content creators that I do enjoy watching. So I don't need to go and make people feel bad or make people feel shitty because their content isn't for me. So just keep that in mind, man. Everybody's a human being as well. So, and honestly, man, if you really think that way, then hey, dude, fire up your YouTube channel, fire up your Twitch streams, and you go out there and you make the best content available, dude. Because if you think you can do it better, then hey, there's an aircraft passing beneath us on the departure somewhere. Oh, hello. Okay, no problem. We're just going by. Am I missing like restrictions? 280 knots. I mean, we're going 290. Oh, really? I don't know how that happened, but okay. Actually, Cap, the engine display should be on your side. Sorry, need to get that one in real quick. Yeah, I usually switch it over when I'm coming in for like arrival or something like that. But, yeah. Next restriction is going to be 240 knots above 8,000 feet. So we'll just confirm that the aircraft is doing exactly what it should be doing. We're going to be above 8,000 and we're slowing ourselves down now. So I don't, this might be a confliction. Where is he? He's all the way back there. Well, okay. Well, whatever. This is the problem when you fly on VATSIM without any ETC and no spacing and people just kind of put their own speeds and do whatever they want. Too old for that kind of shit. I don't like someone's stream. I just look to another one. Plenty to choose from. Exactly. That's exactly it. Like I said, man, hey dude, I'm in the same boat, right? There's people that don't like my content. There's people that you know, so it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. Dot wallop. Oh man. I think I am behind that guy. Yeah, I don't know why he was going so slow. That was my only concern. I just don't know why it was so slow. I hope he's not trying to speed up to get like right up behind us now, but dot ignore. So Latin VFR also just released their A330 apparently, or they announced it. I don't know if they released it or they announced it, but yeah. Let's be honest here. Everybody knows Erin is the best flight simmer. Hey, dude, if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel, man. I ain't going to stop you. I ain't going to stop you, man. Landing lights are on. Start switches are on. We'll get the wing lights on here as well. We'll ding the cabin. Let them know that we are passing through 10,000 feet. We're getting ready for our arrival into San Francisco. I'm going to take the 300 for cross the pond this year. Haven't decided whether to fly cargo or passengers. Nice. Very cool. Do some cargo. Badass. Wonder if these spoilers could be doing that. I could go manual spoilers and see if that's what's doing it. We could try that, Novi. We could try that right now. I will not arm the spoilers, and as soon as I go to reverse thrust, I'll remember to put the spoilers out. So, yeah. Erin is a good guy. The thing, and here's the thing, and again, I'm not talking about, I'm just talking about the content that I watch it. When I watch Erin and when I watch Swiss, it just seems like they're so uninterested in being there. That's like the vibe that I get from them. Because their streams consistently are a bunch of 12-year-olds telling them to take the biggest airplane and go and land it at Saba or St. Bart's. And that's all it is. It's over and over and over. Every time it's a stream, that's all that it is. It's taking the shittiest freeware, biggest airplane and trying to land it at the world's smallest airport. That's all that it is. It's just over and over and over and over. Every stream that I've ever watched or every video that I've ever tuned into, that's what it is. And that's where it's just like, come on, man. Like, you're a grown man. This is not the type of content that I think you want to be doing. And if it is, well, hey, so be it. But man, I just, if I had to go live and that was the only thing I had to do, was just like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I'd be going live chat, to be honest with you. 240 knots, 6,000 feet at Eddy. We're approaching Eddy. The aircraft did a pretty damn good job. Whoever is behind me, Would you like me to switch runways so that we don't interfere with each other? I can shoot a visual if you want, but can you land an airliner on an aircraft carrier? Yeah. There's an audience for that? Well, it is. That is their audience, and that's what I'm saying, though. It's just, I just wish, like, you know, I'm sure they're great people, and I'm sure that they're, you know, I've met Swiss in person many times. Super cool guy, very friendly, just a nice guy to talk to. But I can't watch his content. And I'm sure it'd be the same for Erin. I've never met Erin in real life. I'm sure he's a great guy, and I'm sure he's an awesome person to hang out with. But I can't get on board with the content, man. It's just not for me, you know? I'm a 38-year-old father, and I've watched some of those shorts. I've referred myself for help. The biggest plane in the smallest airport got boring so quick for me. I used to do Swiss when I was 10. Well, that's exactly it. But that's what it is. It's over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? No, he wasn't there with no, they kind of separated it, Will. They put, like, all, like, the hardcore simmers together, and then they put, like, the journalist and some of the other guys afterwards. He was part of the... He was there with XP. He was there with XP and some of the other guys.
Let's wash off all of these Aerosoft germs.
Let's, please. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, Nabil. Appreciate you dropping another £5. Thank you, buddy. All right, let's go flaps one. Pit that dog. PDRP Joey. Is this better than PMDG? I haven't flown it enough to give you an honest opinion if it's better or worse. Or I think they're both great aircraft. I really don't have an issue with either one of these airplanes. I think that what this is going to do is I think that this is going to give a little bit of incentive to PMDG to maybe make their aircraft a little better. You know. What's your preference, stick or yoke? I'm trying to get a budget build going. Any recommendations? It's easier to fly Boeing with a joystick than it is Airbus with a yoke. So for people that are only going for one single setup, I always tell them, get yourself a joystick. Get a joystick. It'll just be much easier. It'll make sense when flying Airbus, and it'll make sense when you're flying the Boeings as well. So, yeah. The A330 for P3D is very good. I don't know about that. I've never owned it for P3D, but I've seen a bunch of videos. I remember back in the day, man, watching Matt Davies take the Aerosoft A330 out. It was just a meme after meme after meme after meme. So again, everybody's has a difference of opinion. Everybody's going to, everybody's going to like things, dislike things for certain aircraft. So, but yeah. Nabil, thanks so much, man. Appreciate you, dude. Huge no floaties to you. Thank you, man. Really do appreciate you as well, dropping the £2. Thank you, buddy. Huge no floaties to all you guys in chat, man. Sponsoring the channel, showing some love. That's so true. I don't know why flying an Airbus with a yoke feels so wrong. It does. It just doesn't make sense. That's the thing, right? It feels really, really, really weird. All right, got the airport out there. We're slowing down to 190 knots. Let's go flaps 5 degrees now. I'm going to switch our those guys over here like that. Beautiful. I'm going to line ourselves up with the runway heading. Let's get our go-around altitude. Actually, I'm going to bug up some speed now. We'll wait for 2,500 feet, which we should... There it is there. Gear down. Go-around altitude, according to the charts, is... climb to 4,000 outbound. 4,000 feet is set and checked. Beautiful. My man, Honcho, 16 months on lunch. Thought I'd say, hey, love you, dude. Good to see you, man. Welcome back, buddy. I hope you're doing well, man. I'm sad that I won't be seeing you at World Flight this year, but I know you got a lot going on, man. I hope everything's good in life. Appreciate you stopping by and appreciate the continued support, man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. 148 on the V-speed, friends. Let's go flaps 25 degrees. All right, I'm not arming the ground spoilers. Remember that. We're going to do a test. We're going to see if the nose slams down. We're through 160 knots. Let's go flaps 30, which will be our landing flaps. I'm going to throw the yoke cam on. Had a little bit of a balloon there. I don't know why we're going... It's got like a 10-knot quartering crosswind. We should have no wind. It looks like it's kind of dying itself down a little bit, but cool. My throttles and my aircraft. Enjoy the arrival, friends. I'll catch you down on the ground. Good. I still can't figure out how the autopilot disconnect button works. I can't get it to set itself. So we'll just have to keep disconnecting it that way. All right, cool. Sounds are up. Enjoy. Man, that wind is spicy. supposed to be no wind, chat. It certainly doesn't feel like no wind. 1,000 feet. Speed's good, altitude's good. I always struggle coming into San Francisco. I wonder if it's because we're landing over the water, but... Alright, there we go. Winds have died down now. We're looking good. A little bit below the slope. Bring that nose back up. Go, looking good.
400. 300. Approaching minimum. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Nose down gently, reversers are out. That is exactly what it is. Notice how the nose didn't slam down? And then we can go speed brakes all the way out. Decelerating. What a greaser, chat. 60 knots, reverser stowed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to San Francisco. Onto the brakes. That was a beauty, chat. Absolute beauty. Vacate here to the left. Welcome down to San Fran, friends. 54 minutes on the flight time. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So that must be the bug. It's the speed brake. I'm going to remember that. We're going to do that from now on. We're going to Delta 10, which is like right here, I think. Delta 10. No. United. I think it's right here. Is that our gate? Delta 10? Yeah, right here. Cool. Alright, spool up the EPU. Landing lights are going off. Runway turnoffs are off. Taxi lights are off. Strobe lights are off. Wing lights are off. Absolutely wonderful. That might have been one of my best landings in this aircraft yet, chat. Not floaty. Nice and smooth. I'm happy with that one, friends. Spoilers up. Flaps up. Yeah, thank you, Nova. That was a great suggestion. We're definitely, that's what we're going to do from now on. Just bring that nose down and then we'll get the ground spoilers out. Because that seemed to work perfect. That nose didn't smash itself down. It actually went down real gentle. So, spoilers deploy automatically when you gauge reverse thrust anyways. Are you sure? You don't, I thought you had to arm them still. Mario! Thank you, man.
I think for simmers who just want to hop into a cockpit and fly, Aerosoft A330 might be good enough. It's just not for simmers who want a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't... Here's the thing, is I just don't think it's for simmers who were expecting something more out of Aerosoft. Like I said, man, remember, this has been delayed for over a year now, because they were like, oh, we want to make it better, and we want to give you guys, like, a proper simulation, and yada, 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 and all that fun stuff. But, I don't know, man. To me, it couldn't be further from the truth. APU gen is on. Bleeds are on. Isolation valve is open. Engine number... Hold on. Let me turn up the volumes here. Engine number 2 is off. Engine number 1 is off. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this spool down sound. Welcome to San Francisco. Let's request deboarding. Beautiful. Thank you for the support, Mario. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, dude. Do you have a kid at home, or is it from a notification? I pet that dog. That's my kid in the back. She's just constantly saying, can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
Nice. Oh, man. There we have it, friends. Passengers deboarding now. King, thanks so much for the 279, man. Appreciate you, buddy. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Incredibly kind. Truly do appreciate you, man. And we got Miles, 11 months. Just curious where you got your mouse pad mount. Amazon. Amazon. And just a little clip. It clips onto my desk. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cool. Let's analyze that landing here a little bit. 137 on the foot per minute. 1.08 on the G. 0.02 left side slip. That may be the most center line I think we've ever got it, chat. 0.02. I might be the center line god here eventually. Maybe that's what you guys will refer to me when I'm gone. The center line god. What do you think? All right, beautiful arrival, beautiful landing. Miles, thank you for 11 months, man. Appreciate you, dude. And Severi, thank you very much for 43 months. Is she worth buying when released? This aircraft? Absolutely. Absolutely. Without a doubt in my mind. I have no problem saying that this aircraft will be worth it on release. I 100% believe that this aircraft will be worth it. 100%. Absolutely. This is a product worth your time. This is a product worth your money. There's no better way that I can say it. You know? No other way that I can say it, man. Oliver celebrating 14 months as well. Huge no floaties to you. Says just sending this because 14 is my favorite number. My man, huge no floaties to you, dude. Thank you for 14 months. Incredibly kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you, buddy. Really do appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's get some tunes bumping. Let's start working on the next flight, friends. We're going up to Vancouver. This one should be a fun one. Who are we going to be? We'll be this guy. All right. Let's go KSFO CYVR. Nice little stretch the legs of this aircraft. I think it's about a 2.5 hour flight. 2.5 hour flight. We'll see what they give us here. What did they give us? Block 2 block. 2 hours and 25 minutes. Just under 2 hours on the flight time. Be a nice one. 161 on the passenger count for this next flight. Go ahead and take care of that. Good. Close you. That's good. That's good. That's good. Beautiful. Get that in there. Good. Plugged in. All right, I've got the routing plugged in for you guys too. By the way, we brought the route tab back, friends. So if you are flying along and you want to make, you want to do the same flight as us, you can do that. DZ.
Hey Cap.
Hey.
I may be late to hear about Daisy, but just wanted to send you good vibes.
Appreciate you,
I
man.
own pets too, and they're my life. God
Yes.
bless.
Definitely, dude. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words, man. It's yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough, man. I'm not even gonna try and put on like a brave face or even say that it hasn't been tough. It's you know, I've had her my entire adult life. I've gone through friendships, relationships, engagements, and yeah, it's sad, man. It's there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, my friend. It's a sad time right now. Yeah. Well, again, we don't need to get into that, man. But I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the support. Incredibly kind. Thank you, man. All right, let's reconnect under our new call sign 214. Connect now. Beautiful. Got another auto ATC message. Good. What is that? Taxiing. It's like a 777 of some sort. What is that? Hold on. Investigation time. What the hell are you? Satan? Bataan? Satan? Bataan? The fuck is that? Never seen that. 777. Nice. Okay. Wait for the deboarding process. We're almost done. Good evening, funny day with Aerosoft drama. Anyways, the Max is looking awesome. Yes, exactly. I mean, that's really, we have this to look forward to, right? Aerosoft let us down, but that's okay. It doesn't look like iFly is going to let us down, so there we go, man. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Are they going to release the aircraft? They will. I don't know when the release date is going to happen, but they will. It will be released, yes. Excuse me. My goodness. Could you make the weather stormy and turn on the windshield wipers? We fly real time, real weather, 99% of the time. We do mess with the time sometimes, but... Remember talking about what we can't wait for good payware aircraft now with 2024 coming in a month. It's an amazing time. Correct. Yeah. Just one flight? No. We're doing the next flight. We're going up to Vancouver next. An hour and 50 minutes on the flight time. Up to Vancouver. And then we're going to be live again this evening. We're going to do some real world WestJet ops this evening. Real world Jet of the West. I think we're going to do our Vancouver to Calgary routing. David, huge enough floaties to you, man. Thank you very much for becoming a first class member. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for support. Cap, do you see the new 330? I did. Yeah. What was your reaction when iFly offered the 7.3 Max? I was pretty happy. Yeah, obviously happy. I get to showcase it to you guys. Get to be one of the few content creators that gets to make some content on it. So, very appreciative. Cap, wish you were here. Need some help bleeding brakes. Oof. How much you pay? All right. Deboarding is almost complete, so let's go ahead and start working on some things down here. We're going to go to our menu. We're going to go to our performance tab. We are going to go to weight and balance. Oh, wait, hold on. If I go here and I initialize and close, I think that should remove everything. Weight and balance wise. It does. Perfect. Cool. Okay, total passenger count today. We're going with 161 for the flight up to Vancouver. Beautiful. We'll go to cargo. We're looking for 4,000 kilos, 4,017. So we'll put 3,000 in the aft and we'll put 1,017 here in the forward cargo. Beautiful. I'm going to set payload and then we're going to go to fuel. Fuel for this leg, we're looking at 66.85 on the kilos. And we'll go ahead and set fuel and set that. We'll just confirm both of those are done. We'll complete that. Good takeoff weight. Nice and heavy today. Over 70,000 kilos on the takeoff weight. So that's looking nice. Cool. Let's come down here. Let's go to the route tab. We are going from KSFO over to CYVR. Throw that up into there. Beautiful. Flight number, we are United 214. Throw that up into there. Beautiful. Looking good. We got David, thank you, man. Daza.
Can I pet that dog?
Yes, sir.
Can I pet that dog?
Matt and Grace wanted to ask you to get something for Daisy with a little bit of their money.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. That is extremely kind. I was going to continue and just go for 7 or 8 hours today, but I actually do have to head out and get some stuff for her. She needs some treats and she needs some food. So that's why I kind of doing a separate stream today. So I will definitely, you tell Matt and Grace, Daza, that I will 100% pick up some very special treats for Daisy this evening with their £5 donation. I will get her something special. And thank you for that. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, that is done. We'll open up this bad boy. Good. All right, B38M. Update the banner for you up top. Good. Looks like we got some weather in Vancouver as well, so this will be nice. Steven, 55 months. Appreciate you, man. Says, oh, baby, we got a Max. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support, dude. Appreciate you. Incredibly kind, man. Thank you. What are your thoughts on the Orlando scenery? It's decent. It could be better. If you're going to buy it, I would wait for it to go on sale. I don't think it's worth the full price. That's my honest opinion. Let's go to our departure page here. We are going to plan the departure out of one left on the Truckin 2 departure. So we'll find the Truckin 2, Truckin? Yeah, I always say Trunkin, but it's Truckin. Truckin 2 out of one left, and we're going with the dead transition. Interesting. Dead. Execute that. Beautiful. Let's go to our route tab. Next page. From dead We're jumping to Romeo Bravo Lima. From there, we're going to the Paine VOR, P-A-E. Going to be this one, Paine, execute, good. And then from there, we're jumping on the arrival. It's going to be the Grizz 7 arrival. Now, the wind's currently in Vancouver. Let's see what the weather's doing here currently in Vancouver. 090 at 8, 30 mile visibility, few at 10,000, few at 16, scattered at 21, scattered at 25. 4 layers, okay. But 090 at 8, which means we're going to plan for 8 right, I would assume. I think they land on the left side, depart on the right side. So we'll plan for the ILS 8 left. If we look at our approaches here, Zulu or Yankee. I guess we'll just go with the Zulu from Ekman. So we'll plan for that. So we'll go ILS Zulu 8 left. We're going to be on the Grizz 7 arrival with the PAE transition. And we'll go ILS, what was it? Zulu, did I say? ILS Zulu 8 left. And we'll, okay, I guess there is none. And we'll execute that. All right, let's go to our legs page. We'll scroll through here. We'll make sure it should be radar vectors, correct. And then it should be radar vectors to Ekman, MCAN, and that is good. OMRAD, and then into 8 left. Beautiful. Cool. Everything looks good there. I'm happy with that. Let's go to our NateRef tab. We'll plug in some numbers. 0 fuel weight, 63.4. That is correct. On the burn, we're going to plan 5. Just going to put a reserve of 1 so we don't get the issue. Cost index, we're going to go with 35 on this one, and we'll just leave it at 35 throughout the whole flight. We're going up to 36,000 feet today. Up there, we're looking at a winds of 237 at 15. 237.15, good. I think we're done deboarding. Deboarding complete, good. Let's reload sim brief. Good. And then we'll request boarding. Good. The ISA deviation is +6 today. Plug that in, +6, good. We'll execute that, beautiful. Let's go to our N1 limits here today. We'll jump over here. We'll start doing some work over on this guy, KSFO. Good, and we'll search San Francisco, departing, 1 left, conditions, dry, wind. I think the wind is still calm here in San Francisco. Wind is 050 at 4 now. 050 at 4, good. Oh wait, I have to put 2 because it's using meters per second, okay. Outside air temperature is 24 degrees and 29990. 24, 29990. Good, no D-rate, flaps 5, AC on, anti-ice off, calculate. Takeoff N1 cannot be calculated. Select a different flap, D-rate thrust, or decrease the weight. There's no way it's going to take a D-rate. There's no way. I wonder if the runway is too short. What if we do a flap 1? Interesting. Flap 1 departure, chat? Is that a thing? Yeah, I guess it's not. We don't have enough room for a flap 5? Interesting. All right, we'll do a flap 1. Is that a thing? Doesn't the copy from FMC button work? Copy FMS data. Holy shit. It does work. I didn't think about that. What if I calculate that? What if I do flap 5? Thank you. I didn't even think that worked. Now, where is it pulling that information from? Like the wind and the temperature, is it just pulling that from the aircraft? I'd be curious to see if that's actually how it is. Yeah, I guess we're too heavy. It's making us do a flap 1, chat. That doesn't make sense. A flap 1 will require a higher rotation speed. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we're going to do a flap 1. We could probably do flap 5 anyways, but... okay, so cell temp 36 degrees on this bad boy. 36 degrees. Good. We'll go to takeoff. Man, my YouTube keeps crashing. It's crazy. Flaps 1 degree. CG weight 23.9. Trim value 503. V speeds 46, 47, 59. 46, 47, 59. Interesting. Maybe the 1s are too short. Maybe we should be departing out of 2.8s. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Run the sim brief calculator. That's been pretty decent for me. So is it performance and tools? Aircraft type, max 8. Yes. Airport, KSFO. Runway, 1 left. Length, that's fine. What is our takeoff weight? It said it was 70,000. 70011. Okay, flap 5, thrust, optimum, calculate. All right, so it's saying flap 5, 41, 41, 49. 141, 141, 149. Flaps 5. 141, 141, 149. All right, we'll go with that. We'll see what that's like. Trim value should all be fine. No D rate.
Can I pick that dog?
Yeah, should be fine.
Can I pick that dog? Can I pick that dog?
We'll see what she does.
Can't believe I'm still here. Such poor airmanship from you, Cap. Leaving the beacon on after parking.
I know.
No aileron into wind.
I turned it
What
off.
a
There was no
disgrace.
wind. What are you talking
Smile.
about? There was no wind to put aileron into anything. Huge enough floaties to you, man. Thank you for the support, Travis. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No wind into aileron was needed for that arrival. I'm going to go back a page here. Index, perf. Yeah, I don't know why it's yelling that way. I'm just going to put 0. Shut it up. There we go. Put that away. Cool. Sweet. Everything looks good here. One left is only 7,600 feet, so you're too heavy for flat 5 departure. Which is kind of crazy. I don't think I guess we're going to find out. I guess we're going to find out. I'm confused what's going on in the background. What do you mean? What's going on in the background? The music? Or, I'm not quite sure. All right, cool. Front. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. Just going to step away. A little bit of a stretch. Travis, thank you again for the support, my man. Appreciate you, dude. All right, amigos, I think we're good to go. Let's jump back inside the aircraft. Let's come down here. We'll go to our menu. We're going to go to systems. We're going to go to menu. We're going to go to doors. Close the forward entry. And close the cargo doors. Back to our performance tab. Cool. Let's go to the overhead. Let's get the seatbelt signs on. Let's get the rest of the fuel pumps on. Let's get our beacon light back on. And GSX will prepare for pushback and departure. Beautiful. Huskers, what's up, man? Hope we're staying safe, dude. Pretty wild times right now. We can try a flaps 15 or a flaps 10. Yeah, see, it doesn't want to do that. Doesn't want to do a flap 15. It's super weird. We're just calculated with that. Anyways, we're doing a flaps 5. We have the calculations from SimBrief. I think we'll be okay. I hope we survive. Hopefully we don't have to do a rejected takeoff or anything like that. That would not be very good. Cool. Sounds are coming back up in the sim. We'll just put initial altitude 10,000 feet. We can hand fly it. It's going to be 011 for that. We'll pause the... Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry, we'll pause that. Our rotation speed was 149, so get that open. We're going to go to legs, put you to there. Good. All right, cool. And we'll recycle the flight directors. Good. And set you. Cool. We're going to go tail to the right. And we'll just confirm there is nobody around us. We're looking good. Cool. Park brakes are released. Beautiful. One last thing that we need. Squawk code for this flight is 3255. 3255. All right, there we go. Commencing. We'll start the clock on the first officer side. Beautiful. Engine number 2 over to ground. Got to turn those packs off. Get all that bleed pressure. Beautiful. Look good. N2 percentage. Start valve open and rising. Wait for the motoring to go away, and then we'll introduce fuel. I'll turn the sounds up for engine start. Going to reset all of this as well. Alrighty, she is motoring. Wait for the motoring to go away. Introduce fuel around 28% N2. Seems to be a good amount. You see how much slower it's starting, I think, than the first flight. Here comes 28%. Introduce fuel. Give you a nice little wing view. Christian, very nice, man. Very cool. What if they know about the spoiler bug? I don't think I've seen anyone else mention it. Yeah, it's definitely something weird going on. That's for sure. People aren't too pleased with the 330. Have you seen the videos of it, Captain Lee? It is hilariously bad. Do you find it needs to motor for longer when it's cold? I haven't really taken it up into like any cold places yet, but yeah. Dan, it's already done it 3 times for me today. Be wild. God, these engine sounds, man, are just incredible. All right. Engine number 1 over to ground. Start valve open. Fuel flow, N2 rising. Set our park brakes.
Please set parking brakes.
Set. Auto brake to RTO. And again, monitoring. We got the motoring. No RNAV approaches. I mean, bunch of other things, man. It's just, it's a shit show. It's an absolute shit show. It's terrible. My friend bought the 330 and his first words were, "Holy shit, it's terrible." I don't doubt it. Shouldn't have to buy it to know that, though. Always watch some product reviews. There goes the motoring. N2 is rising. Again, 28%. We'll introduce fuel. Number 1. Give you a wing view. There's that Air Canada 320. Gorgeous looking aircraft. Might be a little bit biased, maybe. First 5 flights with the PMDG 737-800, and it's majestic. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it, man.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Remember, guys, if you are enjoying the content, don't forget to smash down that thumbs up button. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. I really do appreciate you, man. You guys have been absolutely killing it with these videos lately, so I really, truly do appreciate it, man. Had a lot of fun this weekend. Did a long haul last weekend as well. It was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Aerosoft have tarnished sort of reputation that they had for aircraft. 100%. Yeah, if it wasn't already, but yeah. Connor, thanks so much for support, man. Appreciate you, dude. Welcome up into first class. Huge no floaties to you, Connor. Thank you very, very much for your support, man. Appreciate you, dude. Do you think Airbus planes or Boeings are more fun to fly? Depends. I think they're both equally as fun to fly. I guess it really depends what you're looking for. Thanks again, Connor. Appreciate you, man. Guys, let's get some love and chat for Connor with his first class membership. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, buddy. All right, flaps 5 are set. Upstairs, hydraulics 1, 2, yaw dampers. APU bleed goes off, packs back to auto, isolation valve to auto. Engine Gen 1, Engine Gen 2, Gen 1 is on upstairs. APU goes off, start switches to continuous, taxi light goes on. Flight director, left side, right side, VNav, LNav, auto throttle. Beautiful. Let's do it, friends. Park brake's coming off. Great. And tower frequency here is going to be 1205. 1205. Beautiful. 1228 for Unicom. Good. Michael, 5 months. Appreciate you, man. Says, I think it's easier to land a Boeing than an Airbus. Depends. It really, really, really depends. Like I said, man, I guess it depends like what you're used to. I don't know. I don't know if I have like a one's easier, one's not as easy. Huh. Apparently the 330 is not VATSIM ready. It's that bad. Yes. Yeah. You can't even do a hold. Like there's not even any holds published or anything like that. Pretty wild. All right, right on Alpha. We'll take this turn here and get on to Bravo. Out of the ramp. The Aerosoft is a piece of crap. Oh, man. This aircraft looks amazing. I've been having a ton of fun with it so far, man. Couple things here and there, but for the most part, it's been, yeah, it's been a ton of fun to fly, man. I'm really getting used to it as well. The whole like flare logic and physics, and been having a lot of fun, man. I mean, we're already day 2 and we're absolutely greasing it. If you missed the arrival into San Francisco, roll the video back and take a look at that arrival into San Francisco. It was just pure butter class, man. Pure, pure, pure butter. Comment on the A330, poor Captain Sim. Finally, they have solid competition. Not wrong, man. Like I said, dude, in my opinion, with this release, I truly think that the Aerosoft 330 gets... It's right up there with the Latin VFR, the Breedocs, the Captain Sims, all of those products. They're all grouped together now for me. So they'll survive no matter what. Otherwise, they wouldn't push shit like that. I mean, well, like I said, dude, they've got the government money already. The hand is already in the bag. They don't really need to worry about it, do they? The Max was a good aircraft in P3D. I enjoyed it. Nice, very cool stuff. Fun. Great landing in SFO. It was, yeah, it was beautiful. Beautiful landing. If I lived closer, I'd come fight you for that plane. It's crazy, man. I wish I had like real life friends that were into this, Dugas. Like I like invite them over and be like, yo, I got access to the iFly. Come try it. You know? Alright, someone's on short final, 28 left, so we're going to taxi all the way down. We're going to take as much of this runway as we can, so we can go in at Mike 1. How much will the max be? We don't know. Unfortunately, there's no price and there's no release date yet. I'm fortunate enough to have a YouTube channel that I can promote this aircraft on, so I was sent an early access copy of it. No, it's not. It's happening to me as well, Skyworker. It's pretty weird. I don't know what's going on YouTube's end. It just did it. Literally, like, this is what happens. Not enough memory to open this page. Dan's been getting it. A bunch of people have been getting it. I have to refresh every single time. It's very weird. Very weird. San Francisco Traffic United 214 lining up runway 1 left waiting for the arrival aircraft. San Francisco. Alright, pulling on to the runway. It's got our landing lights on. Turn-offs. Strobe lights. Wing lights. Good to go, friends. There's the arrival aircraft right there into 28 left. How is the Aerosoft 330? Have you noticed how nobody is flying it? Nobody's flying it today. None of the streamers. You would think like a major release like that, there would be a ton of people flying it, a ton of people interested in showcasing it. None. Saw a couple edited videos come out and everybody was just like, this is bad. Bad, bad, bad. United sends their MAX 8s pretty far, and so does Iceland Air. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, that bad, James. Yeah. Have you received an update for the MAX already? Yes, there was an update yesterday. One update I've received. How do you feel about Aerosoft releasing? It feels like 30% done. I mean, that's on them, Sticks, right? That's on them, man. It's pretty terrible. All right, I think we're good. I don't see anybody on the 28s. I think we're good to go. San Francisco Traffic United 214 departing runway 1 left, San Francisco. All right, yoke cam's coming back on. Sounds are going up. You guys ready? Let's do it. Throttle's up to about 40%. I'm going to hold the brakes here. We're going to go throttles 40. Beautiful. Sounds up. Enjoy, amigos. Slight nose down pressure. And toga. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. 80 knots, we're neutral. V1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Climb power's in. Let's go flaps up 1. And flaps clean. Bumpy departure. There we go. Smooths out. All right, bring those sounds back a little bit. Cool. Approaching 250, 5,000 feet. let's go and bug up our cruise altitude, which is going to be 36,000 feet today. Perfect.
San Francisco traffic, United 460, departing runway 1 left. San Francisco.
Alrighty. 11 them off. Let's go ahead and autopilot 1 is on. I'll bring you guys back up into the flight deck. Bring those sounds back down just a little bit more. Beautiful. Runway turnoffs coming off. Wing lights coming off. Looking good. Ryan, take care, man. Thanks for support, dude. Appreciate you. Can normal people get early access? I believe you have to be a content creator. I don't know. You can always go to the website and check if you go to the iFly website, but I think you have to be a content creator or creating some type of content for it. Engine start switches are off. Landing lights are off. We'll bump the seatbelt signs to the auto position. And there we have it, friends. Climbing up out of NorCal. Beautiful departure. We had plenty of runway to work with there. I'm not quite sure what's going on. 6.1 on the fuel. That's kilograms, Kyle, not pounds. So that would be about 13,000 pounds of fuel. So no, more than enough. Thordur, thank you very much for your business class subscription, man. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Huge no floaties to you.
Huskers66 donated 130 Canadian dollars and 68 cents.
Smackaroons.
Even in the midst of certain sweating my ass off. For who knows how long, when the power goes out, still going to support my favorite flight sim streamer. No floaties,
Incredible. No floaties to you, my friend. Chat, can we please get some love for Mr. Huskers dropping the $130 smackaroons? My goodness, man. Thank you, Huskers. I appreciate you. You stay safe, sir. And hopefully I will see you at the next FS Expo or some event, flight sim event or something. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, buddy. That is incredibly kind. Huge, 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 huge no floaties to you. That is also going to get you on top of that leaderboard, my man. So thank you very much, Huskers. Appreciate it. Guys, once again, please show some love and chat for Mr. Huskers. Thank you, buddy. Very, 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 very kind of you, sir.
CPT Lee donated 6 Canadian dollars and 81 cents. This is partial for the 330 fund. Lol. Just kidding. Don't waste my hard-earned money on that junk.
Never.
Go get a good snack later with this.
Yes, positive. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you very much as well. Mr. Captain Lee. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Huge, huge, huge no floaties, my amigo. Thank you very much as well for your continued support of the channel. Incredibly kind. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, man. I'm going to flip that over. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, it's okay. That was just me putting my throttles to idle because I bumped them. Okay, and we're approaching 18,000 feet. We'll go standard barrel pressure. We can expand on this. Beautiful. Look good, friends. EasyJet SimPilot said he changed the time of day during the flight and the aircraft ended up in the ocean. Yeah, correct. We can watch one of the review videos if you want, if you guys are interested, or I can put a link and we can like watch it together or something, but yeah. Speed brake sounds like the Zebo. I mean, it is a 737. They're, they're quite all familiar, right? We can watch it together? Okay, we can watch it together. I love his videos, man. EasyJet Sim Pilot is one of, like, he has that extremely, like, calming voice. Yeah. Are you in contact with iFly to report bugs? Yes. What do you think of the new A330 that just got dropped? Trash. There's a post on Flight 1 Discord saying aircraft will be out soon as they can. They're doing overtime over overtime to iron out the bugs. They really want people to get their hands on the Max. There we go. Awesome news, man. Awesome news. Does the Max have external flight model like the Phoenix? I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure. We told them not to release it in the Aerosoft Partners group. I don't doubt it, Owls. I hope you're not flying it, Owls. I would just go and fly this. You got this airplane, Owls. Just fly this airplane, man. Let's promote good quality add-ons as content creators. Let's not let Aerosoft convince us otherwise. Like, dude, I'd be laughing so hard if they offered that to me. I feel like there's a reason they never even reached out to me, because it's crazy, because I've worked with Aerosoft through the release of the CRJ. I worked with Aerosoft through the release of, like, all their other stuff, all their sceneries and stuff like that. They didn't come knocking when it came to this aircraft.
Just joined the stream cap. Can you recap your thoughts on Aerosoft's lovely 330? Smiley face.
Oh yeah, she's lovely, all right. Huge no floaties to you, Craig. Thank you for the €5. We're gonna watch a video here when we get to cruise altitude. We'll go to the back of the cabin and we'll pull up a nice little video. Yeah, interesting to say the least, man. Interesting to say the least. It's I feel like it's going to be a battle now between Aerosoft, Latin VFR, and Captain Sim. Who can produce the worst add-ons? Anybody betting any bets? Going to miss your later stream as Scotland needs to sleep. As I'm in Scotland, I need to sleep. I'll watch yesterday's stream first and it tomorrow. Give this for later. Sounds good, GMC. Thank you for the continued support, my friend. I appreciate you, dude. It must be late in Scotland. Well, getting there. What is it, about 7:30, 8 o'clock now? You're doing another flight after this? This is going to be the final flight for our afternoon stream. I am going to be back. We're going to do another evening stream. We're going to fly the WestJet Max 8. We're going to go Vancouver, Kelowna. Should we do Kelowna, Calgary, or Kelowna, Edmonton, chat? Where should we go? GMC with another 5 gifted members. I'm doing well, Owls. I hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're enjoying this airplane. Been having a ton of fun with it. GMC, thank you very much for the support, man. That is incredibly kind. Huge no floaties to you, man. Thank you, buddy. Truly do appreciate you, man. Guys, if you just got another gifted membership from Mr. GMC, please make sure you say thank you. Latin VFR is now far above Aerosoft. As crazy as that is, they at least serve the Xbox market. Is the Aerosoft didn't release?
CPT Lee donated $6 Canadian and 81 cents.
My man.
Here's another 5 for a hamburger instead of a snack. Send me a picture of your hamburger. Or go get the Canadian sub from Subway.
Ooh, that might be on the docket. Haven't been to Subway in a while. You know what, man? Dan's been going to Firehouse Subs, and I really want to go to Firehouse Subs now. Maybe I can make a little... Well, no, I can't because we're going to be streaming later. I think it's just factor meals for me. Maybe I'll go tomorrow with the fiance. I'm going out to the farm tomorrow. Maybe I can convince her to go to, like, Firehouse or something like that. So, huge no floaties to you, Cavalier. Thank you for the support, man. Appreciate you. We got a busy day here again today. We streamed for over 10 hours yesterday, and I'm going for probably another close to about 6 to 8 hours today. So, lots of content here on the channel. With the Max 8, you've got to fly into Regina. WestJet flies those in multiple times a day. There's freeware scenery. And we'll see, John. You can definitely add that to the docket. Tonight, I really want to do Vancouver, Kelowna. It looks like people want to see Edmonton. So I guess we're going to go Vancouver, Kelowna, Edmonton. That will be the plan most likely for this evening stream in the Real World WestJets. Toasted we are, man. Yeah, having a ton of fun. Fact that it took that long to bring out such a bad product is telling me Aerosoft is heading no hope for the CRJ. Well, again, you have to remember Aerosoft didn't make the CRJ, Christian. Aerosoft is just the publisher of the CRJ. The CRJ is actually made by an independent developer called Hans Hartmann, who's actually a pretty decent developer. And he sells it under the Aerosoft umbrella. So just keep that in mind. I'm sure we're going to get an update for the CRJ. It probably won't be anytime soon, but I'm sure we'll get an update for the CRJ at some point. Just God knows when it'll actually happen. Excuse me. What is better, Laminar's default 330 or Aerosoft's 330? I don't know, man. I really haven't flown the default 330. for X-Plane, but I would be leaning towards probably the Laminar 330, man, to be honest with you. Cap, I think I got to get a new PC. It's so glitchy right now. The world menu and the plane, it's bigger than the world in the world. Jesus, that sounds weird. You should check out the shitstorm on the Aerosoft Discord. Apparently they muted the Discord for 6 hours, which again, oh man, you release a product and then people are upset about it, so you just mute everybody. Welcome to 2024, friends. Just welcome. That is 2024 in a nutshell. How dare you have an opinion, and how dare you express that opinion after spending money on a product, on a subpar product. They just silence everybody. Somebody was saying that they removed the reviews on their website. Like before, when you purchased a product on the Aerosoft website, you could leave reviews, or you could see reviews from other flight simmers who have purchased the product. They either think it's good, bad, whatever. They removed the reviews. You can't even make a review of the product. I mean, at this point, dude, it's just, you know, the blind leading the blind there. Everybody's got their eyes closed. But no, it's a good product. I don't know what you're talking about. It's nice. Look at those texturing. Look at the model. Look at the flight model. Wow. Look at this. Autopilot. Ooh. That's literally Aerosoft right now. Aerosoft needs to stick to bus simulator. True. Yeah. Absolutely true, man. PC Gaming, thanks for the subscription, dude. Appreciate it, man. Dude, the cabin is... I mean... the cabin, even in FSX days, would be considered shite. Even 10 years ago, the cabin that they put out would have been considered garbage. Like, why even bother? Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, dude. What the fuck is going on with this industry sometimes, man? It's just wild. Mario, thank you for another €2, man. Aerosoft 330 is easily aircraft of the year. Yeah. Right up there with the Captain Sim 777. Right up there. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Aerosoft's hand was forced with any builds coming next month. They have been exposed. 100%. 100%. And instead of doing like the proper thing, and instead of just holding off and making an actual quality product, they said, fuck it. We're selling it as is. We don't care. Give us your money. That's all it is. That's all that it is. There's nothing more to it. And I don't care how they want to sugarcoat it. I don't care how they're going to try and save face over the next couple of weeks, months, whatever. That is exactly what happened. You are 100% correct. The AnyBuilds 330 is coming out in just over a month, and they knew that it would be nowhere near the product that was going to be coming out. 100%. I've forgotten how much fun it is here. I need to gain a few more hours in the day. Dugal, good to see you, man. Hey, we're always having a good time over here, Dugal, man. Always having a good time. Positivity is what we're trying to spread. Love. Except for Aerosoft right now. I understand that logic. Isn't Innie's 330 just for 2024, or is it for 2022? No, it's just for 2024. But I think I think a majority of the market share is probably going to switch from 2020 to 2024, right? So we need to start a flight sim awards and give shitty devs their desserts. That'd be hilarious. The annual, what do they call those? Like not Rotten Tomatoes. What's the thing? There's like an award show that happens for like all the shitty stuff every year. Aerosoft is on a very steep descent. Oh yes. Can you watch a review? Yeah, once we get to cruise altitude, guys. Cruise altitude, we'll put on a nice review. I hope EasyJet SimPilot doesn't mind. I probably should get permission from him to watch the video. I don't think he'll mind. Fingers crossed he won't mind. But EasyJet SimPilot, if you're here or if you watch this, just let me know if you don't want me to share your content. But I love your videos. That's why I want to share it. I think you did one of the better videos that I've seen today. So, yeah. Called the Darwin, the Razzies. Yeah, there you go. Aerosoft's falling off harder than the Maxes did in 2018. Pretty wild, man. Should have released under another development name. Aerosoft name is too damaged. Well, I don't think they'll ever return from this one, man, either. To be completely honest with you, I don't think you salvage this. No. Steep descent. This is a flat spin. True. Yeah, flat spin, iced over. Well, on the bright side, I'd like to see that 330 EFB in the RJ. Yeah, true. True. That's about the only good thing to come out of that. What's crazy is the video that came out a year ago of the 330 seems better than the release version. I would agree. Yep. Now, that could just be due to, because it was Aviation Lads who made the video, Beaver, and he does great work, but yeah. Left the stream 2 hours ago, and we're still laughing about Aerosoft. 100%. Yes, we are. To be honest, I saw this coming, and it was all of a sudden coming out before the 24th, before 24 and I. Correct. Yeah, because didn't like a couple months ago, they said like, oh, we're not releasing it for Microsoft 2020. This is only going to be a Microsoft 2024 product. And then within a couple months, they completely shifted, once again, completely shifted their scope. And now all of a sudden, oh, it's coming out. Yeah. I hope A330 driver is happy with his Aerosoft. I doubt he would be as a real-world pilot. Yeah. Mathis ejected just in time. No kidding, dude. Talk about saving face and getting out of that. Jesus. Flat spin, as we like to say. Yeah. Flat spin is a perfect example of what it is. All right, cool. Let's watch the video, shall we? Let's go back here. Let's have a good little laugh, shall we, friends? Oh, please close the door, sir. Cute. Oh. Oh, no. What the fuck did I just press? Oh, no problem. Please close the door. Thank you. All right. Let's get seated in our nice first class. Hey, there's no in-flight entertainment, chat. That's okay. I will open up the shade. How are you sitting in business class and you have 2 windows to look out of? You're not looking out of either. All right. Let me get the video up here. Give me a second. Latin VFR put out their fucking... Oh, dude. This is too much, man. This is too much, man. Easy Jet Sim Pilot. All right. Let's watch his video. 19 minutes of in-flight entertainment, my amigos. All right. Let me bring this over here. Put this into theater mode. Bring it over here. Now, how small can I make this before it goes all crazy? About there, chat. That's about as small as I can make it. Are we okay with that? Can everybody see? Can we all see? Everybody's good? Everybody's happy? All right, let's turn this down. Again, EasyJet Sim Pilot, if you're here and you don't want me to do this, please feel free to put in chat, but hopefully you don't mind, man. Again, big fan of your channel.
Channel members, welcome back to another video here at Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020.
Love his voice.
And a little bit of a surprise here, because the Aerosoft A330, which initially was announced...
Everybody subscribe to his channel.
...be available in
EasyJet Sim Pilot.
But rather
EasyJet Sim Pilot.
released after the release of Flight
Mario.
Simulator 2024. Well, surprise, surprise.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
it's
you,
here.
dude.
Now, when Aerosoft
Yeah, so what he just said, sorry, hold on, I'm going to go back here.
Will be released after the release of Flight Simulator.
Yeah,
Aerosoft
so
A330, which initially was announced a few months back, would not be available in Flight Sim 2020, but rather will be released after the release of Flight Simulator 2024. Well,
thank you,
surprise,
Skywalker. Appreciate you,
surprise,
man.
It's here. Now, when Aerosoft initially announced they were making an A330 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, the community was thrilled because, let's face it, they've got a very good pedigree of creating aircraft, and
Skyhawk,
we've
congrats,
seen
man.
the quality of the airports and scenery they have provided for Flight Simulator 2020, so this could only be a good thing. And there was so much disappointment from the community when they pulled back and said, actually, we're going to wait until Flight Sim 24 is released before the A330 will drop. So it is very surprising to see that we're here, Flight Sim 2020, and this is a first look, review and test of the Aerosoft A330 300 series with Pratt & Whitney engines. This is what they are calling the base pack, and more engine variants will get released in the near future. So of course, like all of you, I've got very high expectations for this aircraft. Can't wait to see what it's got in store. I'm going to be putting it through its paces on a real world flight from Boston across the Atlantic to Amsterdam. So, very basic thing first, it does come with a few liveries included, Delta of course being one of them. It also has some historical liveries like LTU, American Airlines, so not the biggest selection available, but I'm sure the community will fill in the gaps. Visually from the outside, it looks very pleasing. As you can see here on screen, everything in place, the liveries themselves, they've done a very good job, lots of little bit of dirt and
I don't like how like the paint's not matching here. There's light coming through,
so,
and
yes, from a model perspective, looking outside, very photogenic, looks exactly as it should. Touching on performance and FPS, I have to say it handles really well. So certainly if you are used to this kind of performance you get with
I agree,
the
Beaver.
fly-by-wire, the PMDG, it's very similar to this. More frame rate friendly than, say, the Phoenix family of aircraft. So now let's take a look inside. Obviously, from a 330 perspective, everything is where it should be. The overhead is a correct, proper Airbus A330 overhead, as is the pedestal. In terms of
the
overall
aviator
textures
standards.
and modelling, probably not the best quality you're ever going to see. I wouldn't say it's as good as PMDG, and it's nowhere near as good as the Phoenix A320. Everything is present and correct, but it's more akin to the default A320 in flight sim, those kinds of instruments that you're used to seeing. As I said though, the performance is
Yeah, it does
very
not
good,
look good.
and it is the correct overhead and panels that we've got for the aircraft, so I guess you've kind of got to take the rough with the smooth there, depending on what you value. Next came my first big disappointment though for this aircraft, and that was the cabin. Now no, I don't spend a lot of time in the cabin, it's not really that important to me. However, I would expect something from Aerosoft to look a little bit better than this. There really isn't a cabin to speak of. I'm not even sure what decade this graphics set is from. You also can't exit the flight deck using the cockpit camera, meaning setting up custom views is just an absolute pain. Back in the flight deck then, and it does come with quite a neat, nifty little EFB.
Oh, this is the best feature of the airplane,
Everything
chat.
seems to work,
This
and
is
it's
it right
rather
here.
self-explanatory. Obviously, setting
only
ground
decent thing
services
to come
will
out of this.
activate the various jetways, GPUs, things like that,
Nice
doors,
diabetic leg.
etc. So all of that is obviously nice to see. I also quite like the little free map that you get as well on display that you can see here just on the top right. Onto the settings page then to enter things like your sim brief username. Well, this then caused me a bit of an issue because they haven't disabled the keyboard inputs to the sim when using the EFB. This should be a basic thing to do. All the freeware developers and aircraft all do this as well, because obviously you're interacting with the sim and key toggles and keystrokes, etc. So yeah, not good. Aerosoft would have expected that to have been done right from the start. And more frustration was in store when I was trying to calibrate my thrust levers. I have the Thrustmaster Airbus thrust levers, which I'm sure many of you also have, but this is not intuitive. It looks like it should be straightforward. Move the thrust levers where you want each of the detents to be set, but it doesn't recognize them. Certainly did not for me, and caused no ends of pain. It also uses the same thrust axis in the sim as the Phoenix aircraft, so you would think that would be nice and straightforward for me, but no. Eventually, after 10 minutes of trying to get these set up, I gave in and settled for a setting that I thought I could just about live with. But yes, this was another little frustration for me, because something that should be so simple was absolutely not. Exploring all the other features of the EFB, all of this seemed to work quite nicely. It did indeed import everything from my SimBrief operational flight plan as I expected it to.
That's good.
So that,
But
of course, is a nice plus. It also comes with a takeoff performance calculator, which of course you would expect it to, and I actually quite liked this because I was putting in all the information, all my weights, etc., using the live weather, the runway details, which it does pull in automatically, so you don't need to go looking for your runway distance that is available. It will know it all off by heart from its internal database, and it told me that I actually couldn't take off with the settings that I had got. I had essentially got a regulated takeoff weight because of the current weather conditions, and also because the runway I was going to be taking off on originally in my operational flight plan was just essentially too short. Even Toga wouldn't allow me to take off, so it was a different runway, flaps 3, and then we could do a flex departure.
This is
But
payware.
nice that
Yeah,
it
imagine
actually gave me a regulated takeoff weight based on the conditions. This was a nice touch. So now on to the meat of the aircraft, and that is of course the setting up of the flight and the flight computer. The first big no-no for me, SimBrief integration is not available. You have to go back to the old school way of downloading your SimBrief flight plan to your PC, popping it into a specific folder for the aircraft which it can then access. No SimBrief integration at the time of launch. Again, for someone like Aerosoft, I would have expected this to have been a given, considering that this is a standard for almost every other aircraft out there, even the free ones. Once you've downloaded it then and popped it into the correct folder, you can pop in the route, so departing from Boston to Amsterdam, pop it in here, and then of course it will read the flight plan that you've got and you're able to insert it. All of the setting up then was straightforward and as you would expect for usual Airbus standard operating procedures, but then things started to fall down. There is only a very limited functionality in the McDo. Things like setting the alternate fuel, etc. doesn't work. Things like automatic fuel planning, which you should always be able to check, doesn't work. So you are just left with having to put in your own figures, and that is it. The fuel calculations and en route fuel calculations are pretty much not going to be really reliable, and in some circumstances just non-existent. I was also very sad to discover that the secondary flight plan page does not work. It is in op, which again, for a commercial level aircraft of what we hoped to be of some decent quality, should definitely be available, but no secondary flight plan for the Aerosoft A330. Alright, so that was a big disappointment, but what about the sounds? Here is the APU.
Sounds are actually pretty decent.
Yep, okay, that's a big tick. I like the sound of that. Sounds realistic as well, so well done Aerosoft. Up next then, during the pushback, let's listen to the engine start sounds.
They're okay. Sounds a little bit weird.
So once again, I was quite happy with the sounds of those engines. In fact, they were probably the best thing about this aircraft so far. It's probably also worth pointing out
the
that
texturing of the modeling.
DCDU screen where you can receive pre-departure clearances,
everything looks so like
messages
small
from
and
air traffic control
shrunken.
is inoperative, so
It's so weird.
work, which again is of course a great shame when you compare it to the fact that almost all other commercial and even freeware level aircraft of this kind do. So obviously we're now approaching the runway. It's time for takeoff for our evening transatlantic flight across the Atlantic Ocean to Amsterdam.
He's brave taking this across the pond. Oh, just look at the way it like wobbles down the. Oh man. He really does do well. I love his videos, man. Used up that whole runway.
Now, I know I'm heavy, but I honestly thought I was going to run out of runway with that takeoff roll. Not sure how accurate the V-speeds and flex settings are for the A330, as I don't have access to a A330 real-world calculator to compare it to, but I did think that that was perhaps a little bit too long on the runway.
Yeah.
Certainly in real life, I'm pretty sure that we'd be rotating much sooner than that. It was at this point that I noticed that following waypoints with the aircraft in nav mode wasn't particularly great. Sometimes it would overfly them before turning towards the next one, which of course
That's
it would
typical
do unless
Aerosoft.
it is specifically an overfly waypoint, which none of these were on departure. So I did feel that this could be better. The next disappointment then, and sadly this is absolutely huge for an aircraft with such expectations on its release, the hold function
Not
does
implemented.
not work. Well, that puts this aircraft right out of the realms of possibility for those wanting to fly in busy airspaces on VATSIM. With the inability to perform automatic hold functions like all real-world airliners do, then this really was a letdown, and probably my biggest disappointing factor so far. How Aerosoft could omit such an essential feature, unfortunately, I will never know. The overall handling of this aircraft for hand flying and such actually felt really nice and had some proper weight behind it, as you would expect an aircraft of this size to have. So now it was time for the relief.
Reminds you of
crew.
FS
I was going to
2004.
Bisphere,
I agree.
Let my aircraft
Yeah.
cross the Atlantic overnight, and we'd see what happened with our arrival at Amsterdam in the morning. Morning time came and Amsterdam was looking beautiful. Time to see how our Aerosoft A330, which if I'm being honest has not impressed so far, would handle the arrival. We would be performing an ILS approach to runway 18 right, which is fairly straightforward, nothing particularly special about it, so an aircraft with this expected quality should handle it without any issues. A direct to a waypoint just north of the airfield meant we were going to get a nice, easy, straightforward, simple ILS capture. Also worth pointing out that the beam function does indeed work when using the direct to function, something which I thought would not be working considering the fact they couldn't even get holds implemented. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
though,
absolutely,
this
thank you.
was not straightforward either. Going direct to a waypoint, the aircraft really didn't like that. In the top right, it should be telling us the name of the waypoint we should be going to. Instead, it's displaying the TP, the turning point, which is, of course, incorrect. Time to intervene then. Pull heading bug, and let's turn ourselves onto an ILS intercept course, hoping then we will capture the ILS. We're just about at
Pay attention to the upper
right
E-cam
level
as
for
he
glide
brings
slope
it in. What do
capture
you
as well.
notice?
Let's see how she handles. As you can see here, not too bad. Captured the glide slope, captured the localizer. But take a look at the speed tape. We're in managed speed at this point. Yes, the approach phase is indeed activated. We've also got some flaps out and the aircraft is not slowing down. At this point, we should be at thrust idle because the aircraft is far too fast, yet we've still got engine power. The aircraft should be, by Airbus logic, reducing its speed to the next characteristic speed, which it is not doing. At this point, I had to intervene and start to pull the speed bug to slow the aircraft down to the approach speed manually. With that sorted, all configured, ready for landing, taking the autopilot off had a very undesired effect. Suddenly, the landing scale disappears. You turn the autopilot off and you lose the magenta diamonds on the primary flight display. Why has this happened? That shouldn't happen, of course. We've still got the landing system turned on, so another failure there. The final nail in this aircraft's coffin for me is the
Jesus.
speed control of the auto thrust on landing. It was winding the engines up, it was winding the engines down, it was unable to hold
0
comfortably
FOB, yeah.
the 128 approach speed that was selected, meaning that my aircraft was getting thrust when I didn't want it because it just lifted
Man,
me high. It would remove
this
the
is
thrust
even worse than
when
I thought it was gonna
did
be,
need
dude.
it, meaning we would sink a little bit. So trying
This is
to
even worse
maintain
than I thought it
that
was going to
glide
be. I
slope,
don't even know how that's possible.
was just nigh on impossible.
I don't
This
even
meant,
know.
of
Like, the
course,
autopilot
that in
lights aren't
real
even, like,
life,
lighting up
this
as
would
he's
indeed
selecting
be a
them.
go around. But to be honest, by now I just wanted this flight to end. I
Yeah.
had not had a good time flying this aircraft, and it really was paining me to admit this. Aerosoft are an awesome company with unbelievable sceneries for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I have been using the add-ons that Aerosoft have created for over 20 years back in my FSX days and
That's
beyond.
where this plane came
So
from.
when this aircraft was initially released, I had really high hopes for good, decent features to be enabled. Since this channel started 4 years ago, I've always found the best in everything, and I don't
Watch
like
how
to
the
put
wheels
any
interact with the ground
developers
as well.
down, be them payware or freeware, but I really can't
Watch how the
think of
wheels touch down.
anything good to say about this aircraft. It is and feels like
That's snap
such
logic.
a letdown. This aircraft should not be released, and in doing so I think Aerosoft will have tarnished their otherwise great reputation. Some people may say it's fine, it's perfect for those of you who just want a straightforward, simple flight. Well, the sad truth of that is indeed not the case. Anything but simple is this aircraft. Too many things go wrong, and for those of you who want a simple, straightforward flight, stick with other aircraft, things like the default A320 for example. If you want a decent A330 aircraft, the Headwind A330 is light years beyond the capabilities of this aircraft.
He just said a freeware project is light years ahead of this payware product.
It is also sadly not shown in this video, but full of bugs. VATSIM errors are very, very common for those
Full
of
of
you
bugs.
who use that system. Also, I was flying quite comfortably with this aircraft at one point, and I decided just to alter the time of day. Not the weather, just the time of day. This is how it ended up. I honestly do not say this lightly, and I appreciate everything that Aerosoft have delivered for the sim. They, for me, create the best airports for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but don't under any circumstances buy this aircraft. Not until it has a vast overhaul and updates, because
Which it never
you
will.
are quite
It
simply
never will. I think we know that. It's never going to receive the vast updates that it deserves. It's never going to see anything more than what you get right now. They may do a few quality of life updates to it. It's never going to happen. This will never, ever, ever get updated to a point
wasting
where
your
we're
money.
happy with it.
And I'm being
Ever.
really honest when I say I'm sorry that I've had to say that. I would love to
Don't
hear
be.
what you guys think, and I know, of course, that you'll be leaving comments down below telling me what you think. Hopefully, this aircraft will see some love from Aerosoft in the future and bring it up to the standard we were all hoping it would be.
Doubt
Until
it.
then, though, it's one to steer clear of. Thank you so much for watching, and I
Yeah.
hope you found this rather bleak review helpful. But please remember, if you're not
Go
already a
subscribe, guys.
subscriber, please hit the subscribe
EasyJet
button,
Sim
turn
Pilot.
on the notifications bell so you don't miss any future videos, and of course, don't forget to like it if you have found it useful. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Chat, it's even worse than we thought it was. That is plain old abysmal. There's no other word around it. It is atrocious. Atrocious. It's laughable to the point where like I've heard a few of the content guys say like, hey man, like Owls was in here earlier and Owls was like, we told them not to release it. Like we told them not to release it and they released it. I mean, again, dude, that's just Aerosoft shooting himself in the foot. You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. That's exactly what it is. Wild, man. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. Apparently they have a Discord. Oh, Blue's here. Blue, how are you, man? Blue, did you guys have a Discord where you were like in direct contact with like the team over at Aerosoft? I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall to hear that, man. My goodness. And here I was thinking like, I wonder why Aerosoft didn't invite me into this. And never mind, I know why they didn't invite me into this. I would have laughed directly in their face if they told me that they were releasing that product. Literally would have laughed. Probably would have got kicked out of the Discord server. I would have laughed straight in their face. It wouldn't even have been I wouldn't even have second guessed it. wild that they're trying to, you know, because you know what they're trying to do too, right? They're trying to get content creators on board. They're trying to get developers and stuff. They're trying to get people to like justify their products. They're trying to get people to convince their audiences to buy this garbage, and just wild, man. Do you think PMDG will surpass the iFly? I have no clue. Don't know, man. Karl, if you change the time of the sim, the 330 goes to space. Yeah, yeah. Their Discord VC is full? What do you mean? Something tells me not after the time of day with that. Yeah, it's wild, man. What is my model matching software? I use FSLTL. Do you know if someone is working on a playable 787? There's the Bravo Airspace 787, which is actually pretty decent. You have to have the default 787 installed, but the Bravo Airspace 787 is pretty decent. Honestly, I don't think they are. I think it's just a full jettison of the product. They are done with it, and it is what it is. That's what I think so as well. I think it might receive like 1 or 2 quality of life updates. They'll probably try and charge you to bring it over to 2024 as well, but man, just crazy, dude. I think somebody said it best earlier. Aerosoft better stick to like bus sim. I think that's where their bread and butter is. They could just keep making crappy bus sims and they'll be good to go. I'm saving my money for the Bluebird. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the AnyBuild's A330, it's, yeah. It will be leaps and bounds. It won't even be, you know, it won't even be in the same realm. Oh yeah, their bus sim is terrible. Yeah. Some people ask how they got so bad. Fact is, they were never good. Well, I mean, they somewhat had a reputable. They were still kind of like janky. But like I said, man, I remember watching like Chewy and like Matt Davies and those guys back in the day, and they used to fly the Aerosoft 330 and the Aerosoft 319 and 320 family and stuff like that. And it was like, again, wasn't the best product out there, but it wasn't, you know, wasn't that bad. This is just an abomination. This is simply, they threw their hands up in the air and they just said, we can't do better, take it or leave it. That's what this is, you know? That's really what it is. Do you have the link for the FSLTL base models? It's not updated, Schlur, so I'm going to wait for it to get updated. There was a big FSLTL update, but we need to download the update and then down-res everything. I'll try and get to it over the next couple days, Schlur. Giving Captain Sim vibes, 100%. Yeah. The 330 looks like the model from FSLTL. It almost looks like one of those purchased models, you know what I mean? Like one of the models that you just buy off like Etsy or Fiverr or something like that. Latin VFR released an A330 200 trailer. Waiting for Captain Scam. But hopefully, you know what though? Hopefully this can convince maybe like Phoenix to do a 330. You know, you'll have the payware option and you'll have the AnyBuilds option if you don't want to. So, who knows? Yeah, they locked down their Discord server. They took off product reviews on the Aerosoft website. You can't leave a product review. They're just hoping that anybody buys the airplane that doesn't do any type of research beforehand. That's all that it is. They're just trying to save face, man. Like I said, I feel bad for the content guys who had to be involved with that. I feel bad for like Blue and XP and EasyJet SimPilot and all these people that were given the aircraft, obviously in hopes that they would make a good video about it. Out of all the videos that I've seen, I think Blue was one of the only ones that tried to paint it in a little bit of a better light, like tried to showcase some of the decent features that it had. Yeah. I really want to see a Neil from Phoenix. Yes, that'd be crazy. They have not toasted Ninja, no. How do you do those wing views? You just trick the camera. The easiest way, Nighty, is if you go to your cockpit and you bring the camera all the way over to the right-hand side of the aircraft, and you go to the camera option, and you go to the pilot, and then you go co-pilot, it bumps you outside. And then once you're outside, you can save views. You can move the camera and you can save views and do whatever you'd like. That's how I make those views. How about check out the MKE scenery for the first time? Ah, it's real nice. We're gonna fly back into there, actually. I hope we get a Southwest livery for this aircraft, like, within the next couple days. I'd love to see that. So it's not a mod? No, the cameras aren't a mod. No, you just trick the camera system. But hey, man, you know what? It's good to see some integrity from the content guys. It's good to see that people are being they're being realistic about it, and they're not trying to, you know. No option to return either or request a refund. Only physical items can be returned for a refund. Nah, man, I'd be doing my best, Mike. I'd be doing everything in my I'd be sending emails till they just gave me my money back. Aerosoft closed their Discord chats. Oh yeah, they're just trying to suppress everybody. They're trying to mute everything. They're trying to suppress. They don't. They want to make back money, right? They've been working at this for 3.5 years. Out of all your streams, what was your most memorable flight and why? There's been a few, man. We had the pleasure of doing a flight. There was a gentleman a couple years ago, Brian. He was an avid flight sim user. He racked up like over 10,000 hours on VATSIM, and he sadly had a terminal sickness, and we were able to do his favorite flight in the sim for him and for the community. That was probably my most memorable flight. I think that's one that I'll always remember. That one hit me right in the feels, because like my grandfather got me into flight simming, and it was a very similar situation. A guy posted on Reddit about his grandfather and how he had over, you know, like 10,000 hours flying on VATSIM, and every time he went over, his grandfather would show him all these new things with the simulator, and obviously sadly his grandfather got very sick, terminally sick, and he couldn't use his simulator anymore. So it was a pretty cool experience, man. They wheeled in a TV while he was in his hospital bed, and he was watching the stream, and his grandson was there interacting with everybody in the stream, and we did a flight near and dear to him. It was that was probably my most memorable stream, to be honest with you. We have a ton, but that one is one I think that was a special one for me. Yeah. Aerosoft and FSS both are planes not to buy. They give false promises that will work on their autopilot. Hey man, listen, I think that FSS is going to end up in the same way that Aerosoft did, to be honest with you, man. I'm slowly starting to think the FSS Embraers are just going to become abandonwares, and if they do implement any type of VNAV, LNAV, custom FMC, whatever, it's going to be as janky as the Aerosoft one. It's just going to be it'll be as nightmarish as that, to be honest with you. Who makes the best scenery? There's a lot of great developers. Yeah. Yeah, we've had a few crashes. Yeah. Hello, Cap. Which PMDG is better? Sorry, which 737 is better, PMDG or iFly? They're both great, man. They're both great. I don't want to take anything away from PMDG. I think they make great products. This iFly product is a great product as well, and I think this one's going to, surprise a lot of people with how good this airplane is. So, are the RNAV approaches reliable? In this one, I have bad luck with RNAV approaches in the PMDG 7.3. I think so. I haven't really shot any RNAVs yet. We wanted to shoot an RNAV yesterday, but we ended up shooting an ILS. But any exciting aircraft before 2024 releases? I mean, we're going to get the 777 freighter this month. So, yeah. Aerosoft says they are closing down the Discord chats due to racism, sexism, etc. I highly doubt that happened. Yeah, it's just an easy ploy for them. Yeah, just fall on the racism card and all that fun stuff. Yeah, whatever they need to do, man. Like I said, it's going to be the community's fault. I've said this. I said this as soon as the airplane came out. None of this will be Aerosoft's fault. All of this will be our faults as community members for not being open to products or whatever however they're going to paint the picture. This is our fault. I guarantee you, man, this is our fault that the aircraft is the way that it is, or it's being perceived the way that it is. Just want a good Ember for Microsoft. Sadly, FSS is also not worth the price. Not yet, anyways, but yeah. The best thing you can do is just not buy their products. Correct. Yeah, speak with your wallet. I always say that. That's like one of the big things that I say here on the channel. Speak with your wallet. 100%. Cap, would you put the iFly, Cap, where would you put the iFly? Better, same, or under the Phoenix and PMDG? Again, I think it's a high, I think PMDG, Phoenix, and I think they're all deserve to kind of share the same space, man. They're all really good aircraft so far. Yeah. Is the aircraft like the ATR and the CRJ worth it? The ATR is not bad. It actually gets updates. The CRJ hasn't been updated in about 2 years. That's the problem a lot of people have with the RJ. So... can apparently people posting 330 corn memes on the Discord server and they had to lock it down. I don't know, man. Like I said, dude, I'm not gonna get it in time. I'm not even part of the Aerosoft Discord. I have no clue. Cap, I don't know you about this whole censor cancel culture is affecting the flight sim community bad. Censoring everything and making critics feedback looks like attacks or assaults. 100%. That's the world we live in right now, Captain Baku. You nailed it, man. We live in a everybody gets a participation medal. Everybody should be praising Aerosoft. Wow, Aerosoft, you did so good for 3.5 years of work. Congratulations. That's what they want. That's it. Serious question. What has Aerosoft been doing for the last 3 years? Great question, Craig. Great question. I don't know. I don't know. You look at some of the other development teams. Look at what PMDG has done in 3 years. Look at what Phoenix has done in 3 years. Look at what AnyBuilds has done in 3 years. Look at any other developer. Almost any other developer. Any other major developer, look at what they've done in 3 years and how they've kind of transformed the marketplace and what third-party add-ons can bring to Microsoft. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. What's with the DFW pink textures? It's default scenery? What do you mean, Midwest? Sorry. Oh, 100%, Greg. And I said that, Greg, when I found out about a year ago or whenever it was, 9 months ago, 10 months ago, when I found out that they got that grant from the German government, immediately the first thing I said, and if we can find the stream, the first thing that I said is I have a bad feeling about this because now there's no drive, there's no fire under their ass, so to speak. There is nothing forcing them to make a good product. They already got the money. They got the grant from the German government. Who cares now? Who cares if our product doesn't sell, or if our product is under par, or if our product doesn't meet the expectations of the community and our users? They don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Where if this is any other developer, this matters. This is a make or break moment. They've spent 3 years developing a product. They need to get some return back for that product, right? Any other developer, PMDG, Phoenix, AnyBuilds, you're going to spend that amount of time and resources on something, you need it to pay off at the end of the day. Aerosoft doesn't, and that's the problem. That is exactly the problem. It doesn't matter. They've already been paid for the product before the product even came out. Wild, man. I also recall Aerosoft got 450k euro grant or something from the German government. Correct. Yeah, they did. Good to see you, Luxwains. Welcome back, man. Hope you're doing well. I think since Mathis left Aerosoft, everything went downhill really fast. Yep, I could believe that as well, man. It's a shame, dude. It really is a shame because, you know, myself included, dude, I was really looking forward to like a decent 330. I love the A330. They do some really cool ops. They do some short hops. They do some long hops. They do some medium hauls. There's some really cool flights that you can do on the 330, so it's a shame. Now, that being said, we don't have to wait much longer, thankfully. We don't have to wait much longer. So, Latin VFR just dropped their 330-200 in the marketplace. This one will be better than Aerosoft's square seats and crappy interior. Maybe. Maybe. It was spread out 3 months. They got it twice. Damn. Almost €1 million. How do you have to be to start on VATSIM? How good do I have to be to start on VATSIM? You better know your aircraft. You better know how to fly it. You better know the systems. You better know the airports and stuff, you know? How come everyone's making 330 CEOs? Because those were the most common 330s. Sent you a message? Sounds good. What was that from? Oh, from turning off the cabin? Interesting. Okay. Captain, I mean like 2 330s on the same day or a week, don't know. Well, one is Latin VFR, and I mean, well, Aerosoft and Latin VFR are better, yeah. I asked the question, that was the reply, gotcha. Okay, cool, thanks, man. Cap, what do you think of the upcoming month of Aerosoft will look like? Will they work on their 330 or will they apologize? I mean, judging by the fact that they shut down their Discord, or they turned off their Discord, they turned off reviews on their products on the Aerosoft website, something tells me they're just going to plead ignorance. They're just, they don't care, man. They may come out with a memo in the next week or two saying, you know, we work really hard over at Aerosoft to put out quality add-ons for the flight sim community, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be all full of that bullshit. I can promise you that. You already know it's coming. Count your chickens. Mark my words. It's coming. I guarantee you, you'll get something within the next week or two about how hard they work and the developers don't deserve this type of criticism, and you'll see. Any hints at the release for the Max? Not yet. No. Captain, if you own their EDDF of Aerosoft and get the interior, you will notice floating objects. I haven't bought anything from Aerosoft in a while, man. Why are flight simmers so demanding, right? Yeah. Shocking, it's that Aerosoft 330 is even worse than the Latin VFR 330. Yeah, it's wild, man. Absolutely wild. There is no price and there is no release date for this aircraft yet. No, unfortunately, Viperize. As soon as there is, man, I'll let you guys know. But hard to process that Latin VFR is ahead of Aerosoft of the 330. It's wild to think about, man. Absolutely wild to think about. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, man. Wholeheartedly, I agree, my friend. I was looking, there was somebody made a somebody's streaming it right now. A German streamer is streaming it right now. Okay. Boy, oh boy, man. Just wild, man. Just wild. Went on that stream earlier, he was just sat in the cabin laughing his head off. Ah, man. It's memeable. Insanely memeable right now. What will be the feeling of Aerosoft CEO right now? I hope that he is seriously considering stepping down. Aerosoft needs new direction. If they're going to do anything in the industry any longer, they need a new vision. They need a new direction. They need younger, hungrier people that are willing to actually develop and spend money on proper development. This honestly looks like it was made by a bunch of like kids, like an after-school project. That's the only thing that comes to my mind. It literally feels like an after-school project. Something that you had to, you know, you're in your final year of high school and you need to put in a project by the end of the year. This is what this feels like. Will VATSIM be compatible? Yeah, absolutely. Remember you looking up the Aerosoft and laughing about how, dude, it's everything. 2 mins. It's everything that I thought it would be and more. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the Aerosoft governing team, and yeah. How much is this plane? No price yet. No price yet. Any Builds is cooking right now. Said that they were working very hard on 2024 and the 350. Said something about a new plane reveal. There we go. Nice. Exactly, Nick. Yep. A project you waited for the very last second. Cap, did you have any Aerosoft people coming into the live stream? I was not at home after you pushed back. No. Aerosoft managers probably spent the German taxpayers' money on gambling strippers and Coke in Vegas during the expo. Jesus. Uh-oh, Ray, that's not good. How do you have the plane? I'm a content creator and I signed up for the early access content creation. A330 driver was praising Aerosoft so much on their upcoming 330, he will now have a packed schedule reviewing it. Has he put out his review yet? Have any of those guys put out their reviews yet? Would love to see that as well. How did they manage to do worse than you expected? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, they were already scraping the barrel. I don't know what the hell's going on now. A330 driver somewhere put out a statement. Hopefully he doesn't even review it. Yeah, that's what my hope is. My hope is that nobody buys it, nobody showcases it, nobody's flying it, and hopefully that sends the message clear enough to Aerosoft that they need changes. Nabil, what's up, mate? Good to see you, dude. New plane is most likely the Synaptic A220, which is also most likely be in 2024 only. We'll see. Yeah. I've 330 driver said the iFly Max sounds were mid. Well, I didn't hear him say that, but if anybody thinks that the sounds in this aircraft are mid, I don't know.
Can I pick that dog?
That now,
Can I pick that dog?
49 whiskey.
Can I pick that dog?
Thank you, buddy.
No Aerosoft, you can't pet that dog.
No, they're in timeout right now. You saw your last landing? That was gorgeous, wasn't it? Yeah. XP, Blue, and AvGeek pulled their reviews on the Aerosoft 330. Well, I'm wondering if Aerosoft made them do that. Blue was in chat earlier. Blue, are you still here? My guess is there's Portland right down there, chat. PDX. I'm wondering if Aerosoft made them take it down. That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if Aerosoft actually reached out to them and made them take the videos down. I can see my house. Nice. I'm guessing that's what happened. So, A330 driver's reviews coming tomorrow. He said it was a disaster. Really looking forward to watching it. Oh boy. Oh boy. I bet Any Builds is just laughing right now. He kept looking forward to the 380, still by fly-by-wire. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I've kind of lost interest in it. Gabriel? It's just taking too long, man. Could be one of the worst releases in flight sim history. I mean, it definitely might be up there. It might be up there, man. as far as you have to remember, the flight sim hobby now is much bigger than it's ever been. So developers are under more and more scrutiny and more pressure. So yeah, I'd be willing to say it probably is. You know? I would say as far as like major releases and people what they thought they were going to be getting. Yeah, I would say that it's not acceptable, you know? Just got here what happened with Aerosoft. They released the 330 and it is absolute dog water. That's probably even putting it a little bit too lightly. Alright, let me look at the radar here. Got that Air Canada in front of me. Alright, we're doing a little bit too quick for that aircraft, so I'm going to bring this down to Mach 7.7 and execute that. And give ourselves some space between that aircraft and ourselves. And we are 105 miles till top of drop, friends. Let's go and update the weather here in Vancouver, see if anything has changed. Winds are 060 at 3. Scattered at 9,700, scattered at 16, broken at 21. So 060 at 3, we're still planning runway 8 for our arrival. So that all looks good. And we'll plan 8 left for the arrival because they usually depart out of 8 right. And for parking gates, I believe that we are going... I've got to go to the, pardon me, to the international side. So yeah, we're going up over here, this satellite right here, somewhere around here. We'll go and park. Looks like the real aircraft went to gate 74. What's your verdict on the Max? I'm really enjoying it so far, man. I'm really enjoying it. There's a few things here and there, but for the most part, pretty enjoyable. Pretty enjoyable product, man. Christian, if you're in the aircraft that's in front of me, can you speed up just a little bit? Because we're getting really close to one another. I just slowed down quite significantly, but I'm still going faster than you. If you can keep your speed up through the descent, the Air Canada 567. However, Air Canada 567. Yeah, funny that you mentioned Portland International. They just opened up their new main terminal revamp a month or two ago. Looks really nice. Nice. We need Flightbeam to update their scenery as well. How do you get VATSIM synced traffic? You just use model matching. No price or release date yet. Cards and games. I really like the textures on this airplane. They do look really nice. I do agree. Yeah. Alright, chat. Well, he's not speeding up at all. I don't think we have enough time to catch him before... I don't know, he's right there. I don't know. I mean, I guess we can slow down even more. This is why I hate flying on VATSIM without controllers. Everybody just does their own speed thing. Man, look at that. Everybody just does their own speed thing, and then it just creates this. Everybody comes in for arrival, and you have the first plane in just going ridiculously slow. J Bats, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. There you go, Gabriel. Nice. Decap, you get to 100k subs, but the catch is you have to fly the Aerosoft 330 for a week. Nope. No, thank you. I like that kind of bare metal vibe, and the EFB looks like the FMC sort of really carries that on. Love it. Nice. All Aerosoft does say on their website, any update to 2024 will be delivered free of charge at a later date. Yeah, okay. Gab, do you know when this is going to be available? I do not, no. And by the way, can you share the Discord from iFly? I can probably get you a Discord invite for iFly. Here is a invite. Here is an invite to the iFly Discord. And by update, they mean they're just going to port the plane over. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to fix anything. They're not going to make anything better. That I can promise. All right, let's look at our rival here, the Grizz 7. Looks like we got a restriction at Egret. 280 knots, between 10 and 12,000, and then we get vectored out here, 210 knots, 3,000 feet. So worst comes to worst, if we're still on the tail of that Air Canada, we can just extend our down leg and come in. But we've got NACMA, 210 knots, 3,000 feet. Right, I've slowed us down quite significantly to allow for the aircraft in front of us. We're now doing 12 knots slower than him. I'll be honest, I didn't follow the Aerosoft A330 because I'm still stuck on X-Plane, but I just skimmed through a review and audibly laughed at the cabin and livery painting. It's insane, dude. Insane. I think I summed it up the best earlier when I said Aerosoft is stuck in the early 2000s. You know, that's really the only... That's the only thing that I can say, is just they're stuck in the 2000s. They don't know how to model. They don't know how to texture. They don't know how to do systems. They just haven't adapted. They're riding off the coattails of what Aerosoft used to be. It's the best way that I can put it. This is what we're seeing now is the Aerosoft from 2006, 2007, and they have not adapted at all. It's just that simple. You look at some of the development teams and you look at who's here now and who's been around. It's, yeah. I was only born in 2006, so I can't say, but it's really shameful. It's crazy, man. Yep. Aerosoft and Boeing have something. They're both going down and shooting themselves in the feet. Yeah, it's crazy, man. How much would Aerosoft have to offer you to possibly fly the 330? I would just say no thank you, man. It's not even worth my time. It's not worth me trying to justify convincing you guys that it's not as bad as it seems. Just, there isn't any amount of money. There's one thing you're going to learn about me is you cannot buy your reviews from me. That's not going to happen. My word and having... you know, some integrity in the flight sim industry means a lot more than cashing a check at the end of the week. We need a no thank you sticker. That's actually a great idea. Maybe we get some no thank yous. Yeah. Hey Skystream, can you take off the cap locks for me, my man? Hey Captures on the stream. Dante, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. If I could ask one question for Aerosoft, it would be why? Yeah. Let's honestly give them credit for the CRJ. Yeah, they didn't make the CRJ, DZ. That's why the CRJ is somewhat possible and somewhat plausible to fly. They didn't make the CRJ. On a brighter note, really happy with this Max. They can't wait to try it when it's available for 2024 because I've been wishing to fly the Max for a while. Yeah, absolutely, man. Cap, what'd you do to not have the nose smashed down? Don't arm your ground spoilers. So once you land, automatically deploy your ground spoilers. Who made the CRJ? Hans Hartmann, the same gentleman who made the ATR for Asobo and Microsoft. Hans Hartmann, very talented developer, actually. There's Seattle down there, chat. You can see Seattle SeaTac right there. downtown Seattle over here. Cap, just saw a Twitch clip. The guy changed the time. A330 goes into the International Space Station. Nice. Cap, I respect that you're 100% honest with your reviews and products, knowing your example. There's 400 plus people here who would likely spend hard-earned money on the products you fly. Hey, man. Like I said, Ryan, that is more important to me than cashing a check from a developer. I'm not interested in you know, I'm not interested in developers buying my thoughts and stuff like that. And I've kind of always been like that, man. Always. Call it how it is. So I know you said something about doing a stream tonight, been running around. Yes, there will be a stream tonight. We're going to do some real-world WestJet ops. Somebody released a WestJet livery, Huskers. So we're going to do some WestJet tonight. We're going to go Vancouver, Kelowna, Edmonton. Some West Coast Canadian Rockies ops. Been dying to fly. There's a lot of Maxes flying in Canada now. Between WestJet and Air Canada. There's a lot of Maxes. We've got Flair as well. Flair Airlines flies them here. The ATR is still bugged. Haven't flown it in a while, but Sunwing, Air Transat, yeah, thank you, Diamond. Correct. Forgot about those guys. Air Transat does not fly the MAX. No, they have the 321 Neos. They went Airbus. I have been on a MAX a couple times, yeah. I've flown on two Air Canada Maxes. Air Transat has a MAX on lease. Ah, well, there you go. It's kind of cool. Swoop until they merged with WestJet. Yeah, somebody actually made the merger livery, Dante. It's a Swoop WestJet. So, would you guys want to see that instead, or should we just use the new WestJet livery? Or should we use the Swoop that has like the West, operated by WestJet under it? Swoop. All right, guys, 23 miles. Jesus, 23 miles till top of descent. I think my throat has had enough streaming over the last 24 hours. 10 hours talking yesterday. Jet of the West. All of a sudden, I'm okay with PMDG taking their time to develop good products. 100%, man. Pardon me. Jet of the West. Did Sunwing and Air Transat merge? Good question. I don't know. I don't really follow real-world aviation all that much. I just find it too difficult. Suck it up, boss. Exactly. Hey, man, take advantage of the moments, right? I'm off for the next 2 days, so there's no stream Tuesday, Wednesday. But we will be live again on Thursday. We've got our dual stream on Thursday, and Thursday we're going to go fly in Europe. We're going to go do some, we'll do some Norwegian, we'll do some North Shuttle. We'll do some North Shuttle ops on Thursday, probably afternoon, and then in the evening we'll probably take it back here to North America and do some flying. And then maybe next weekend as well, we'll spend some time in Europe doing some TUI jet and stuff like that. Cap, when we get Airport Madness 4 stream, geez. Is Air Canada state-owned? No, but they get bailed out by the government all the time. Cap, was racing into Ksan from Seattle last night. I was about to turn in for the runway at Ksan, then I got vectored around for the ILS runway 9. Oh, damn. All right, we've bought a little bit of time between us and the aircraft in front. I still think he's like sub 5 miles. It's just past 5 miles. We may have decent separation. We'll see. We're about to hit our top of descent. I'm going to bug up. What was our first restriction? It was 10,000 feet, right? So let's bug up 10,000 initially. And then we'll go from there. 10,000 is good. I think that's what it is. Yeah, 10,000 at egret, 280 knots. The slot times in Toronto and Winnipeg are too early for cross the pond. I wanted 1500 Zulu, but could only get 1330. Ooh, that is early, man. Shit. Well, 13, that's 3 hours before we usually go live. That's at 9 a.m. Yeah, it's a little bit early. All right, there's our descent. Yes, we saw the 330, and it is, yeah, not looking good for Aerosoft, to say the least. There's SeaTac right down there. Did any builds tell any news about the 350? No. Do some Alaska Max 8s. Yeah, we'll probably do that on Thursday. Maybe out of Portland or something. Correct, Matt. Yeah, absolutely correct. I agree with you, man. Any idea when this is coming out? Not yet, Mike. Hopefully soon, man. But there's been no word on pricing, no word on a release date yet. Fingers crossed, hopefully soon, man. Do you know if iFly has plans for the Max 9 or 10? I have no clue. I would like to think that they do, but I don't know. Yeah, got that right, Lightspeed. I think this aircraft will probably be between, I don't know, man, 50 and 70 bucks probably. I think that's a fair value. Even 50 might be around 60 bucks, give or take, I think probably is what it's going to be. I think that would be a fair enough price. Pardon me. All right, I'm going to bug in 280 just because of the aircraft in front of us. I'm going to put 280 on our speed. Is there an option in the EFB to load the passengers, or we have to use default weight loader? No, there's a whole thing in here, man. You go to the performance, and then you go to the weight and balance, and then you have to add your passengers, your cargo, and your fuel. All of that is set through the EFB. Now, will they plan on having like SimBrief integration? I hope so. Maybe that's something that we'll get in the future, but there is no weather radar. There's no weather radar on any of the airplanes. So I wouldn't necessarily take that as a negative for these guys, but so that Air Canada in front of me is still at 38,000 feet. He might have, I don't even know if he's at his computer. He hasn't even started his descent yet. I always love PMDD, but the 737 MAX is much needed breath of fresh air. I agree, Jonathan. Yeah, 100%. I support both developers, man. I support, here's my thing, and here's kind of how I look at it. Instead of trying to compare PMDG to iFly and to Phoenix and stuff like that, I prefer to go to the route of open arms. I'm welcoming this aircraft with open arms because I think competition is good, and I think for us as end users, the people who spend the money on buying these products, I think that it's a win-win for us as community members, really, at the end of the day. That's all that this is, right? Instead of trying to, you know, oh, this is better than PMDG, PMDG is cooked, I'm uninstalling my PMDG. Instead of just being silly and making comments like that, I'm welcoming PMDG and iFly into my into my hangar. I think there's room for both aircraft. I think there's room for many developers, as long as they continue to push out quality products like this. Then I think we should all, instead of taking the route of I'm uninstalling, PMDG is cooked, PMDG is dead. Don't be silly. You know, PMDG has more than a 737 MAX on their repertoire. They've got the 737, the 737 MAX. They've got a 777. They're developing a 747. They're developing a secret project. It's silly, in my opinion. Absolutely silly. Minimums, 213 once again. Nice. I don't even think we have to do anything. 213 is set. Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely, Fever. Yeah, you got that right as well. Yeah. All right. Altimeter. 3002. 3002. Standard. Good. Nothing wrong with healthy competition, correct? Would you fly the Concorde? Probably not. Never was interested in the Concorde, to be honest with you. Had a little bit of an aggressive vertical path down. I think it's really just trying to get to that restriction at egret. Yeah, it's really trying to get to that restriction below 12,000 at egret. But we're bleeding off our speed. Somewhat staying on profile. That's good. Sorry I missed this, but does the Max auto-tune the ILS frequency? No, it does not. Still have it down here. Same as the NG. Still down here. They're using the 28, 26s? Why? The winds are 060 at 3. I'm going runway 8. No ATC on. That Air Canada in front of me is still at 38,000 feet. I'm thinking that he stepped away from his computer and he doesn't realize, or he had to go or something. Maybe he had homework. That Air Canada that we were right behind is still all the way up there. There he is. He's all the way up there at 38,000 feet. There's a restriction. He's past that restriction. Below 12,000. He's at 38,000 feet. God, I love flying into Vancouver, man. It's so beautiful. All right. Get those spoy brakes in. We're good. He'll nosedive. Yeah, and cut me off on final. Watch. Oh, the joys of VATSIM. Let's take this down to 5,000 next. Good. It was a little rough coming in on that. The descent rate was a little bit heavy coming into egret, but it looks like it's kind of fixed itself now, so we're looking good. I will pause the music now as well. We will get fully invested in our arrival. Bring those sounds up. All right, looking good. Okay. Remember, guys, if you haven't done so, don't forget to smash down that thumbs up button. We were going for 400 likes today. I don't know if we've crushed that goal, but if we have, thank you very much for the continued support. We are going to be live again this evening. For those of you that are working or got some other engagements going on right now, we will be live again this evening. I'm aiming for like a 6:30, 7 p.m. Eastern time start. So we're over 400 likes. Oh, baby. Jack, can we go for 450 likes? That would be incredible. 450 likes. We have been airborne for 1 hour and 30 minutes. We pushed back about an hour and 41 minutes ago. We're looking good. All right, we met our restriction. We're below 12,000 at egret. Aircraft did a good job. The next restriction that we have, I believe, is like above... what was it? Above above 10,000 at Tatgo, and then above 8,000 at the Vancouver VOR, and then above 3,000. So it's going to be a very shallow descent from here. Only thing we need to make sure, we're at 280 knots, so we met that restriction. Once we get a little bit closer to 10,000 feet, we'll start bleeding that off. We'll aim for about 240 knots. God, I love flying this part of the world, man. All those little islands out there. Beautiful. We're at 465 likes. My goodness. Chat, you guys are crushing it, dude. I mean, do I dare say, can we go for 500 likes? 500, chat? I don't know if we have it in us. Maybe by the end of stream, if we get to 500, that would be epic. We'll probably get a bunch of people in here now as we're coming in for the arrival. To add fuel to the fire, Aerosoft is running a sale on Steam right now. Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are, man. Thank you, Huskers. Appreciate you, man. It's been a lot of fun, dude. I've thoroughly enjoyed flying the aircraft. I think yesterday was kind of like the feeling out period, right? Got to get myself familiar with the flight model and kind of how things work. But if our arrival into San Francisco this morning was any indication of how this is going to go, man, have some beautiful landings. Liked bonus leg after this. Yeah, as I mentioned, Will, I got to run out and get Daisy some stuff, man. So I got to make it to the store before 5 p.m. before they close, which is in an hour and 4 minutes. So no, there is no continued leg after this, but I will be live again this evening. We're going to do some real-world WestJet ops. We're going to go Vancouver, Kelowna, Kelowna, Edmonton, which is actually done by the WestJet Max 8. That's a nice little continuation. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing tonight. So we will be back this evening. All right, we're coming through 11,000 feet. Let's start bleeding off some of that speed. We'll aim for about 240 knots on the descent through 10,000 feet. Beautiful. We're 8 away from 500, man. Hey, Cap, do you go on Pilot Edge anymore? I haven't been on in a while, Aerodynamics. I'd like to go back on. I used to have I used to have an agreement with them where they gave me an annual subscription and I streamed a couple times a month on the network to promote it. I think Pilot Edge has taken a step back from the flight sim kind of industry, and they're more working on the like their business side of things, right? Pilot Edge is they have like U.S. military contracts, and they have contracts with flight schools, and they do all kinds of stuff like outside of the flight sim, like just like the home flight sim stuff. So yeah, that's where I think it's kind of where they're going. So, but I'd like to go back on the network. Yes, I'm flying United 319 from ORD to Omaha to Denver. Nice. Enjoy your flights, man. Enjoy your flights. All right, what's that Air Canada doing? Oh, he's landing. Nope, he's still at 30. He's at 36,000 feet. Has he started descending yet? I don't think so. He's now turning away from the airport at 36,000 feet. I think he realized that he went. Maybe he was gone a little bit too far. That Air Canada in front of us. Does this reduce FPS with the max display screens like that? I mean, not really. Not that I've seen. All plan number 2 behind you. Just careful, man, because there's another aircraft right behind me as well. Actually, he's just starting his descent. He should be... What's wrong? All you guys should be way lower than you are. You guys not reading your charts? Bad boys. You guys should all be at 12,000 passing egret. He's at 36,000 feet passing egret right now, too. I was on a work call. I'm going to extend my downwind. Ah, got you. Okay. That's what I figured. That's literally what I said. I was like, he either had to step away for work, for lunch, or something else. So it's like he's still at 36,000 feet. Fall asleep in the cockpit. That's why there's a 2-man crew, right, chat? We've fallen asleep now. All right. Make sure the cabin is seated and dinged. There's 10,000 feet. We'll get our landing lights on. Engine start switches over to continuous. We'll get our wing lights on here as well. Beautiful. We've made it to 500. Damn, you guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you guys, seriously, for all the support, man. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, friends. All right, 10,000 feet. Then we've got 8,000 at the Vancouver VOR. So above 10,000 at Tatco, did a great job at that. Above 8,000 at the Vancouver VOR. There goes the descent a little bit further now. Next goal, I think we reached our goal, man. We wanted 400, 450, now 500. So, I mean, I'm more than content with 500 likes. That's absolutely incredible. You're the best out there, Cap. You deserve it. Well, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that, man. There's a ton of great content creators out there. So for you to consider me to be one of the best, that means a lot. I truly do appreciate it, man. There's so many great content guys out there. So appreciate you, man. You know you can change the light in the back of the passengers and you need to arm the door in the back? Yes, you can do all that stuff, Sasha. Yeah. That's not stuff that I'm necessarily interested in, Sasha, but yeah. ETC is a number for you to call. Nice. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to go level change, and we're just going to descend the aircraft as quickly as we can to get ourselves set up here for the approach at Ekman. I believe we need to be 3,000 feet at MCAM, sorry. Yeah, 3,000 feet at MCAM. So we'll go into level change. Let the aircraft descend nicely. We passed our restrictions. So everything is good there. And then we'll radar vector ourselves in. Can you add fixes? Yeah, you can add fixes. If you want me to add like, we'll go like CY, VR, or wait, do I just put the runway? I think I just put the runway. I think I just put runway 08 left. And then I can add a 5, 7, and 10 mile range rings and fixes. There you go. So there's our 10 mile final. So we can aim for that to be like just before MCAM. I don't know why I'm having problems pronouncing that. Before MCAM, we can slightly make our turn in or slowly make the turn in. Hey Gap, just want to check in and say hi, making prep for this killer hurricane. Hope all is well with you. Hey man, stay safe, dude. Stay safe, my amigo. Appreciate you being here. And I wish you all the best through this, man. Wish you all the best. Now, we do have a speed restriction, 210 knots that we need to adhere by. So let's bleed our speed back here. We'll go 210 knots. We'll adhere by that. We are in level change, so the aircraft will slowly start to trend upwards as we bleed off some speed. But it's important to have our speed restriction so that we can make our turns and have everything ready to go. Cap, do we have a flight to Tampa on Wednesday? Probably not. I'm already a storm chaser, as my chat likes to call me. I've already done my fair share of storm chasing in the last week or two, so probably not. Probably not. All right, let's go flaps 1. Help with the descent. Get our speeds a little bit more prepped here. We're also looking for 148 on the VREF speed. Beautiful. Has the aircraft been following the profile? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it dives a little bit quicker than I'd like to see, Dan. It was descending at about 4,000 feet per minute on the arrival into here, which I don't know. It did like 4,000 feet per minute, and then when we got closer to the waypoint, it was doing like 900 feet per minute. So I'd like to see maybe that balanced out a little bit. But other than that, like I really haven't had very many issues with it following the flight plan or descending properly or, yeah. Hello, Captain. So overall, do you find the MAX better than the PMDG? Again, I think they're both great, Andrea. I think there's a space for both aircraft in the flight sim industry. I think it's also way too soon to tell which one is better than the other or anything like that, you know? All right, 3,000 feet is in. Let's go ahead and go on some radar vectors, shall we, friends? Let's give ourselves a nice turn here. Go 330. We need to lose 2,000 feet before we intercept, so lots of time for that. I'm actually going to switch to vertical speed, and we're going to descend at like 1,200 feet per minute. We don't need to be so crazy at 2,000 feet per minute. I'll actually probably shallow this out to about 1,000 feet per minute. Might be a little bit better. Much more comfortable on the passenger as well. You can see our glide slope's alive as well. So really, you could just shallow this out to about 500 feet per minute. There's no need to dive bomb down. Just get a nice little Victor vector in here, chat. We'll be good to go. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Sean. Who would have thought that Latin VFR would be putting out better products in 2024 than Aerosoft? That's the true puzzling. Very puzzling to me. All right, got a nice little vector in here, chat. Looking good. Now give it a little bit of an easier intercept. We'll go like 0.45 on the heading. Just a slightly easier intercept. Look good. We'll bring our speed down to 190. And I will go flaps 5 degrees. Give you a nice little wing view of the flaps coming out. Beautiful. Let's arm our localizer. Nice little intercept heading here. We're bang on glide path. Everything looks good there. We can slowly start to increase our descent to about 700 feet per minute. Just want to stay on the glide path. There's our runway out there. 8 left. DJ on your other account. Good to see you, Kim. Thanks, man. What do you think of the Aerosoft 330? There's not much to think about it, to be honest with you. It's arm our approach, glide slope, localizer. Beautiful. Looking good, chat. Looking real good. Bring those sounds up. How about that for some Victor vectors, chat? Real nice. Real nice. Go around. ILS. Climb. 230 knots. Sepsi. Left turn 3,000. 3,000 is in. Good. It overshot the ILS just a little bit there. That could have been me. Could have maybe given it a little bit of a better intercept heading, but... Could you do a long flight in this across the pond? You could, yeah. I really want some Iceland Air liveries to come out so we can do some of those. That'd be pretty badass. All right, let's bring that speed to 180. As soon as we hear the 2,500 foot call out, gear down. There it is, gear down. Flaps 15 degrees. Speed back to 170. We'll keep 170 till about 5. 148 is the VAP speed that we're looking for. I kind of want to fly this actually manual approach. Let's get set up now. Let's go 148. Let's go flaps 25 degrees. Got our lights on. Everything's set up top. Good. And 160 knots, flaps 30. Beautiful. I'm going to flip over our screens. Good. Cool. Yo, cam's going on. Friends, enjoy the arrival. My airplane. Good. My throttles. Beautiful. Let's have a nice landing here, Chad, shall we? Winds are blowing right down the runway. 9 knots. Very nice. Alright, so the ground spoilers are not armed because we did find the bug. So no arming of the ground spoilers. We're going to automatically bring out the ground spoilers. Or sorry, manually bring out the ground spoilers. I'm going to fly our glide slope all the way in. 2 white, 2 red. Sounds are up. Enjoy, friends.
1,000.
Quite bumpy again on the approach. a little bit low. Add some power, bring the nose up. Back on track, thank you. Oh shit, recording. Chat, thank you.
400.
Recording, good.
Approaching minimum. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Nice and smooth. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Beautiful. Nose down gently. Reversers are out. Decel. $70 knots. Reversers are stowed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to Vancouver International Airport. Oof. Chat. I feel like we're really feeling it now. I think I've locked in kind of how things look for that arrival. Man, oh man, oh man. Did they fix the nose gear? Yeah, so Brett, they didn't. How you do that is don't arm the ground spoilers. You have to manually deploy your ground spoilers. So I have a handle right here that I just pull the ground spoiler, and yeah, manually deploying the ground has seemed to have worked. Okay, we are going over to stand 74. Gates, you find 74 in here. 74, no. Okay, and to get to 74, I think we're making a right turn here. And actually we want to go, yeah we do, we want to go in straight right here. And the stand should be like right here in front of us. Cool, let's go ahead and clean up our ground spoilers, clean up our flaps. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 friends. Let's go and get the landing lights off, runway turn-offs off, taxi light on, spool up the APU, engine start switches go off, wing lights go off, strobe lights go off, and our gate should be somewhere over here. I'm looking for my marshaller. I think they're over here. Yeah, they're over here. Sweet. What a great flight, guys. Hope you all enjoyed that, man, as much as I did. Thoroughly enjoying this aircraft, chat. I am thoroughly enjoying this aircraft. And thank you to whoever reminded me to start the replay, because now we get to watch that beautiful arrival, which is always a nice little treat. All right, taxi light goes off. Here's our stand. I don't know why they're parked at the big boy stand, but Ken, appreciate you, man. And don't forget, guys, we are live again in a couple of hours. Planning to go live at about 6:30 Eastern time, which is going to be about 10:30 UK time or 3:30 Pacific time. That is the plan. I can't see. I don't know if I'm supposed to have a marshaller or. I guess we'll just go to this one right here, probably where we should go. All right, park brake is going on. All right, we're not going to shut down the engines. We learned yesterday we're not going to shut down the engines because then we won't be able to do a proper replay. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and set our flaps all the way down full once again. We can go ahead and get our lights on. Lights on. We'll get everything to the on position for our replay. Beautiful. We'll get the flaps all the way out here, and then we will be able to watch the replay. We'll go ahead and disconnect from VATSIM. Awesome. British AvGeek is doing a paid promotion with Aerosoft 330. I think he was pretty critical of it as well. I think so, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't watched his video yet, so I'm sure we can get to his video, but yeah. Looks like you're enjoying it. Jeff, good to see you, my man. Welcome. This thing is a grease machine. I've been surprised how easy it is. I've been hopping to from the PMDG. Fairly similar. You know what this reminds me of, Jeff? This reminds me of flying Rookie Sim. I find that this flies more like the professional sims that I've used. I've used a couple of those 737 home cockpits that use the flight deck solutions or whatever. That's what this reminds me of. This reminds me more of like that natural 737 feel. It feels heavy. It takes a lot of yoke movement to like get things going. It's just, that's what it reminds me of. Like right off the bat, the first time that I flew it, I was like, yep, that's what it reminds me of. It's exactly what it reminds me of. All right, let's stop the recording. Let's go ahead and get the park brakes off. Let's hit the replay button, shall we, friends? Boom. Replay. Good. It's not going to be a super long replay because I just got it towards the end, but we'll be able to watch the replay. We'll be able to see if she was a butter machine. There we are coming in, friends. Looking real good. I'll bring those sounds down here a little bit. Beautiful. That's because iFly has professional contracts. Maybe. Could. But it definitely, that's what it reminds me of. You know? That's what it reminds me. Maybe a little bit early on the flare there. But I mean, 1,500 footers. Bang on, chat. I mean, really. I don't think we're going to complain about that one, chat. I don't think we're going to complain about that one at all. Maybe just checked it a little bit too early. Little bit too early on the check there, but other than that, quite pleased with how that one turned out. From this angle here. Going to take this time now to thank my mods, my donators, and my sponsors. Thank you, everybody, for all that you do for the channel. Without you guys here, it ain't possible, man. I know I say it all the time, but I truly do mean it. You guys are the backbone. You guys allow me to do this as a full-time job, and for that, I am forever grateful. Thank you, everybody, for all of the continued support of the channel. I mean, that looked pretty textbook to me, chat. Pretty textbook to me. Love it. Love the way the aircraft is flying. It's a good one, chat. It really is a good one. I know there's a lot of people out there that were like, hey man, you got to be like super critical of it. I feel like I've been pretty critical of the airplane, and so far I've thoroughly enjoyed almost my entire experience with this aircraft. So friends, thank you all for coming to hang out. To everybody else that cannot donate using a monetary value but donates with your time, your effort, being here in streams, smashing down that thumbs up button, I want to thank you guys just as much, man. Thank you everybody for the continued support of the channel. Yesterday, today, it's been an absolute blast. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. We're going to be live again tonight. Give me about 2 hours and we'll be live again. We're going to do some real world WestJet ops. We're going to go Vancouver, Kelowna, Edmonton. If you've never seen the approach into Kelowna, it is absolutely beautiful. So I'm excited about that one. Guys, enjoy the replays. If I don't catch you this evening, we will be back on Thursday. I am off Tuesday, Wednesdays. If I don't catch it tonight, we'll be back on Thursday. Thursday, we're going to be over in Europe. We're going to do some Norwegian air shuttle, and we'll do some TUI ops next week as well. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully we get some more and more and more liveries, and then we can start doing some more North American ops. Guys, have yourselves a great Monday evening. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully I see a bunch of you later in a couple hours. If not, see you on Thursday. Happy landings, my friends.